good morning to all of you magnificent bastards out there in TV land. Good to see you. Good to see you. Got a whole bunch of people. Silver Ogre making the astute observation that this is just a test stream. Aldir, what's up, my man? The metal out there rocking it hard. Bogged in digital art. Scarlet Fever. Thank you, everybody, for coming here to join me. I'm sorry I was so late. I actually meant to go live here a couple hours ago. But I was over on Stark of Iron's channel hanging out over there because it has officially been announced that, yeah, I will be on over there doing some voices for TED Talks. That's right. Beautiful fan art, reproduction, reinitializing of the famous Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Only this time interviewing people who matter. I will be the voice of the enigmatic Zorak and Moltar over there. It's going to be a lot of fun if you're not familiar with the channel. I forgot to grab a link and drop that down in the description below, but I will do that. Looks like my voice is a little bit low. I'm going to go on over to the voice meter and just tune that up a little bit. That should be a little bit better. A little bit. Oh, bats. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of just working on this getting the pencils done for this triptych for what do you call it? Midnight from Memento Comics. Rex, Christian creator. Many other amazing stories that are coming to you, screaming into your brain. Speaking of screaming into your brain, oh man, y'all need to check out the issue number 2 of EDGEPUNK Magazine. Over 200 pages of nonstop immersive entertainment. Oh man, fry some neurons and get it on. It's just absolutely amazing. I'm really loving it. I do love things, all things dark and cyberpunk. I really do. And this just absolutely brings it. Definitely worth every last penny. So you can get a digital copy over on their website at edgepunk.net. I do love the .net. That is part of the immersive experience of .com because .com, that's all normal. .net. That's underground, and I'm absolutely loving it. Yeah, there we go, Haldir, with the link out there, with the beautiful links. Haldir, thank you very much for doing that, doing the mighty work. Yeah, $20 for a digital, $30 for a physical. The physical copy is a thumb drive in a credit card sized sleeve. And contains everything, so that way you own it. It's yours. That is yours. It's your property, and I do thoroughly endorse that. I do love it when people have the digital comics with the DRM free, no having to verify, none of that stuff. I do really appreciate that ownership, especially in this day and age of everything is for rent. A whole lot of fun. What the heck? There we go. That's much better. Yeah, no dancing waifu this morning. Currently Phantasy Star Online 2. Normally I've got a little dancing waifu up in the corner. Did make a faithful recreation. Titular Hatsune Miku. The AI that will be on our side when the war against the robots come. I do have one of those set up, and I was going to have her doing a little song and dance routine up in the corner. But PSO2 says that they're going to be offline for at least another half an hour as they work out some stuff. And I've got to hand it to Sega on that. I'm not a huge fan of Sega products, but they really do. The team at Phantasy Star Online, they do the best given the budget that they've been given, and they are being hamstrung every step of the way as Sega is like, oh, we're going to do this thing over here, and we're going to do that thing over there. And it's like, dude, you got a thing, and it needs a budget. It needs money. to pay the people to make it happen. So yeah, I do enjoy. I'm so sad that I am late to the game on the Fantasy Star series, and I will be getting the backlog, the catalog of products. Yeah, so Fantasy Star Online 2. If you haven't played in like 3 years, I don't know if you've played the new Genesis, which is basically, I would say it's Fantasy Star Online 2.5. Some people say it's Fantasy Star Online 3. I'm like, no, it's more like a 2.5. The Dark Falls saga continues. That's one of the things I love about that game. It's got a great story. It's short, it's to the point, but it's good. It's a good story. And people were like, well, if you like this, dude, you're gonna love the older Fantasy Star stuff. And I'm like, all right. I gotta get in on that. I gotta get in on that. Okay, so New Genesis was out the last time you played. Yeah, I've been there since like I got there just about two years ago. I think when I started getting in on it. And it's a fun one. It's a fun one. Player versus environment, lots of teamwork. I do feel like there needs to be some game balancing on the back end of that. Like as you're leveling, the game balancing is good. It's challenging. It'll kick your butt if you're not paying attention. But on the high end, it's I honestly haven't felt a need to do the high end to do like the high end character optimization, because even with my unoptimized character, I can still like stomp and own, and that's a skill thing, and I get it. I'm decent, right? I'm decent. I'm not going to say I'm good at it, but I'm decent. I'm competent. But I feel like there needs to be some higher and like more challenging threats in that game. Fantasy Star 4 is my personal favorite. I don't know when the fourth iteration of any RPG happens to be my favorite. To what they were doing by 4, and you know it's a lot like we go take a look at. I love to use Star Trek. Star Trek as a good example of something trying to find its legs. That and another one. Oh, there we go. Stark of Iron's channel. Thank you, Scarlett. That's fantastic. Yeah, great show. That guy has been just leveling up and leveling it up and leveling it up. Does a lot of great stuff. Sometimes I just got him on in the background as he does karaoke in several different voices. Very talented voice actor. I'm going to be hitting up a friend of mine to see if I can get him to come on over there. I have a friend who does the voices in the professional world, and so he's a lot of fun. And I want to get him over there because we like good, we like fun, we like all that fun stuff and whatnot. And I totally forgot to turn on the anti-dead noise. Where is that? Oh yes. Overture by Legion Zero. Link in the description for Legion Zero music. You can go check out his Facebook, and you can go check out his SoundCloud. Go get some love. Go get yourself some tunes. There we go. A little quiet in the background there. There we go. It's creeping in. Volume 12 on this one. But yeah, man. Yeah. No, we're having fun. We're just doing good stuff. Dude, the latest stuff that I have been seeing, I get to see behind the curtains a lot, and I can't talk about it. But I can say which projects are just like they're bringing the next level entertainment, and one of them is, and you can take this as you want because I do have an unnamed project that he and I are working on. But Little Mermaid from Pixel Trader. It started off as a joke. Right. And it resonated so well, and I remember like beating him about the face and neck in the back in the private chats, going, dude, no. You're onto something here. Look at the audience. They love it. And boy, was it a success. came out great. Eric Hodgson, Dreaded Dinosaur Man fame, absolutely killing it. Although I don't know, I guess you could say Eric Hodgson of Little Mermaid fame at this point. Sorry, Eric. I love Dreaded Dinosaur Man. He's absolutely fantastic. But Mermaid, Mermaid. So yeah, so here's what I'm doing on with this picture right here. Of course, I have completely destroyed any chance of me simply doing exporting a time lapse, because I constantly go back and forth using this. So this is actually a triptych. These are 3 11x17 pictures right here, and I've got my little danger zones and margins and all that other stuff lined up, so that way it can be ready for print. I'm gonna have to cut it up into a bunch of different pieces. When I have to cut it up into a bunch of different pieces when I go to print it. I'm gonna finish this up, print it out in blue line, ink it up physically, and then go ship it off the rack. That is the plan for that. And yep. It's fun. It's fun. And that's what we like to do. Yeah, he does really good voice impressions, and I get to go on. It's fun. I get to go on there a little more regularly now, at Go Be Zorak for a minute. I can give you guys a little taste of that here a little later. I'm giving my voice, or as it does require a significant amount of vocal fry. Welcome to the panel, James Lee, the first functioning production model of the Jim Lee line. Much better than the defunct prototype. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, not bad. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you like that intro?
Yeah. Actually, he's older than me.
I know. That's why he's the defunct prototype.
Uh-huh.
It was a failed prototype. Much better now.
I don't know why, but I got in the mood to draw one.
No, bless your voice there. Oh, hey, we got some Black Flag action going on here.
Absolutely. Never done the gun, but there's going to be a whole lot of shells and a whole lot of boom booms.
Heck yeah, man! Heck yeah, dude! I'm all about good comics. I'm glad that Dan has gotten the cranial rectal extraction on the production line and started to bust things out. I am the last person to talk about the timeliness of projects completed.
Oh, I'm not gonna, dude. Mine's delayed until Don gets it done. I can't do anything. So.
Right. Hey, it is what it is. Hey, we got Holly here dropping a link.
Things happen, and
Hey, Courtney, welcome to the show. Welcome to the madness. Later in the show, I'll bring Zorak out of the basement. I've got him locked down there right now. I can hear the cicada noises. They're driving me nuts. But I will release him so he can come out here and insult everybody. That's what he does best. He insults people and objectifies all the women because Zorak is evil. So yeah, I'm just working here. I'm going to put you up big right now so we can take a good look at that. I'm really enjoying. Really enjoying it. Because right now what I'm doing, it'll be a little more fun later, but I've got to get this done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've got to get it done, and the thing I love about working on the pencils digitally is that I can do a little bit of back and forth. That I can do a little bit of back and forth on it. That what do you call it? I can. What do you call it? Dang it, man!
You know what I didn't realize?
What's that?
Was that Mr. Shelby Robertson actually worked on issue 0 of Black Flag?
See, that is so cool. I did not know that until right this minute.
I hadn't pulled him out in a long time, so I pulled him out to look at, and I was like, page 1, Dan Fryer, page 2 through 6, Shelby Robertson. I was like, oh wow, hey, okay.
That is cool. That is
I
way
didn't,
cool.
I didn't realize that. And I'll say this: I knew we were going to have a huge number with Mister Notion joining us.
Mm-hmm.
But I was, because if you go back and look, I said, yeah, I bet you we get up to 500. And guess what? We did.
Yep. Oh man! And if everybody out there does not know what I'm talking about, what we're talking about the studio, hosted by the Don himself, and more importantly, Mama Donna is there. She's what really makes the show. But we had this.
I was so glad that we actually got that number, because I said don't be surprised if we hit 500.
Because it's great, and we got Michael Odom on this weekend, don't we?
Yes, we do.
We are featuring and drawing up. So for everybody out there in the chat who doesn't know what the heck we're talking about, the studio is a themed drawing show where we have a special guest and we draw up something along a theme. This last week, now see, we did Profit, as we had Dan Panosian on. Because that was really like his breakout title, where he really became a name.
Well,
he had.
Oh, I got to show you this. This is Dan Panosian stuff. Hold on one second. Let me find it. Where's that? Okay. I found this too, because I was like, oh crap, he actually drew in this book too.
So this was this one right here. This was my warm up. Because I'm one of those people. I have to do a warm up. I got to get warmed up. I got to ease into it. All right. So
when you see this, you are going to completely go, oh my god.
And then I busted out with this sketch right here. So make sure. Yeah, no, and right here, look at that, folks. It makes it a little bit bigger. That's fantastic. Haldir busted out with that Reek sketch as his avatar. Reek, make sure you drop your link to your X in the chat so people can follow you. For real, I want to see more.
So I had to pull this book out.
I made you big.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, because I didn't realize that I had gotten one Mr. Tom McFarlane to sign it.
Oh, that's so cool.
And this is Dan Fraga. This is Dan Fraga's. So you got there, McFarlane. He inked the cover. But if you go to the back, and this is the other thing that caught me. I forgot, this whole book's black and white. There's no colors in this book.
I love
it's an image book. I mean, well, it's a Maximum Press book, but it's an image. But we find Mr. Dan Panosian. It is. Where are you at? Here. Did this gorgeous? Look at this.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get on over there. Look at that. Hey, set that down on or closer to your thing, because that's where your focus is sitting at. Look at that. Wow.
He drew every book, and not only that, every book is lettered. I mean, he even got a book up here, King Kong. I mean, he lettered all these books. I was like, oh my goodness. I mean, is that great or what?
That is fantastic stuff. So we got some commentary from the Peanut Gallery down here. We go. The metal says, I can't do warm up. The warm up takes over, and I turn it into a full piece and never end up working on what I intended. I have to jump right into it. No, and I understand that absolutely. Bogdan Digital Art.
I got this one autographed by Dan.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Bogdan Digital Art says he finds warm ups to be distracting.
You know, I
can dig on that.
You know, I don't do warm ups.
When I'm doing analog work, I'll grab a small piece of paper and it depends. Like if I'm doing pencil, then I just jump straight into it.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't do it.
If I'm doing inks, I'll grab a small piece of paper and I'll make sure that my brush strokes are looking good, right? That my pen's looking good. And it also helps me test to see, like, if my hand's a little shaky, maybe I need to, eat something, or maybe I need some caffeine, or maybe I need less caffeine. Maybe I need to go do some exercise before I actually get into work. it all depends. Like I just kind of take a reading, and when I do a warm up, it is quick and to the point. Like it's a warm up. I take like 10 minutes, kind of like how you do like stretches and rotations before you get into a workout. That's kind of what I'm doing there. I'm just just it's literally just a warm up, and then I'm done. And it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. If it's good, then I'll share it on social media, and notice how many warm ups I share on social media.
Mm-hmm.
The metal says I can dig stroke practices because I'm not making an actual image, just movements. Yeah, and I'll waste a little bit of ink on a small piece of paper just to make sure it's also making sure that the pen's properly calibrated, it's working properly. I primarily use Copic multi-liners. It's my favorite. I've been a rapidograph guy since I was a teenager. But rapidographs are now they still give the best line. Period. There's no competition. But they're very high maintenance. They're very expensive. I mean, if you're gonna drive a Ferrari around town, it's a little pricey. But so I'll take my American muscle car because it's a lot cheaper. Or in this case, my Japanese car. I think these days I've been using, like I use the Copics. They're still a little pricey to get started with. I get the aluminum barrels, so that's it's $15 for the initial pen, but to replace the guts of it, it actually lasts longer. To me, it lasts longer than a Micron. I do like Microns, okay, but when the nib wears out, and I've got really, really good up close vision, so it drives me nuts. I know that production wise, it won't look any different once it's reduced, but it bothers me. And so I can just boop boop, pop out a nib, pop in a fresh one, and whatnot. And even though Copic says, oh, you should, anytime you change the nib, you should replace the ink cartridge. Man, those ink cartridges, I'll tell you right now that you could refill them a couple of times and go through about 4 to 6 nibs, depending on the thickness of the root and whether you're using an A or B cartridge. Yeah, the Pigma Micron, they're good. And they're good. The Microns are good. I'm not knocking them at all. I do enjoy them. So yeah, I've got to talk to Rex because I do before I go to ink on this. Now I'm gonna pencil this no matter the same way, no matter what, really. I still have like one more layer of pencils to do on this. I want this to be really, really good. And the reason being is that Rex did me a solid over this last year when everything was kind of like rough and I had to reorganize my whole life. Like everything. I had to reorganize my attitude towards life. And Rex was very patient with me and was a good pal. So I am bringing the absolute best that I can to his IP. I'm gonna make him money. I'm gonna do him a solid right back. And but I want to know, what kind of colors is he going to do on this? Is he going to just do like classic pulp like flats? Because if that's the case, then I'll go a little heavy on the line art and illustration side of things. Yeah, I like that smaller pencil. That's more accustomed to what I do. I use when I'm doing pencils in analog, I use a 2mm drafting pencil. I use a 2mm drafting pencil, and I sharpen it pretty consistently. I'm constantly sharpening it. And then I usually have like a little baggie or something to jump all the graphite out of. So that way, got stuff. I've got a little bit of like graphite dust, which is fun for just doing like, pencil, like graphite style artwork. I like to repurpose stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a heck of a lot of fun. And that's what we do, man. We do fun. Speaking of fun and the lack thereof, John Boyega. How many years have we been saying, dude, John, you got a bum deal?
Well, see, this is the thing that gets me. Is he just started this bullshit. And I was like, dude, we've been saying that you got fucked on the movies, and you're telling the fandom they're wrong. No, we were right. You got fucked because, in all honesty, his character should have been number one. His character should have been the Force-sensitive son of a bitch. Number two, he should have had Rey as the love interest. So he should have had all that stuff. But did he get it?
Yep.
No.
Yep. No, and he got betrayed by the very people he's simping for. And they're just going to betray him again. Why? Because I'm going to say it, man. They are prejudiced.
Well, here's what they did.
I don't want to say the large goat word, because that is a no-no word on the YouTubes, but they are prejudiced.
I'll tell you the truth also. He was used as a DEI.
Yep. He was the token.
And the problem with that, the whole problem with that situation was real simple, is because he was seen as in the first movie, you kind of thought he was going to get everything. You thought he was going to pull it off.
Dude, when he picked up that lightsaber, right? Like, the first movie, I was like, okay, you know what? They left some stuff. They left questions open. Right? The first one, I was like, okay. They left some...
movie was nothing but a rehash of...
Right.
Copy did A New Hope.
Well, and here's the thing. They left a bunch of options open with the first movie. And
then they swapped directors and writers, and he screwed it, and dipshit in the second one screwed it all up.
Oh, dude, no. Ruin Johnson, that is forever his name. Ruin Johnson. I will never watch another Ruin Johnson movie. In fact, I'm actually like... Look, Jar Jar Abrams was already on thin ice with me for the Star Trek movies.
Well, here's the thing about
I did not consider them to be Star Trek.
Well, here's the thing about Mr. Dumbass.
Which one?
Mr. Jar Jar. Mr. Jar Jar, because I'm going to explain something.
Oh, okay, Jar Jar and Ruin. Okay, yeah.
He took $250 million from Warner Brothers to make movies for them. Guess what? He took the money, then he ran over to Apple to do their stuff.
Yep.
And he pocketed the $250 million. So guess what David Zaslav was talking about doing?
What's that?
Taking him to court to get the money back.
Well, and he should, very well he should.
And the other thing is, he should. If that happens, then he's going to end up with nobody. And guess who we just made a contract with for future projects?
What's that? Who?
Mr. Tom Cruise.
You see, that's a guy who understands the magic, right? Tom Cruise.
Yes.
I really enjoyed. Like, people were like, "Oh, it's campy, it's stupid," with the new what do you call it? The new Top Gun movie. I was like, dude, have you seen the original? Like, this was good. Like, this was Top Gun franchise. Like, cool. Now I want another Top Gun movie, because that one was fun. I enjoyed it. It had its serious moments, but it was also like, look at this high testosterone flying through the sky, blowing shit up. I enjoy that, I really, really do. And I absolutely loved. I had fun with it. And people were like, the F-14. in the hangar of the baddies, and I'm like, dude, do you realize that like where all the F-14s went? There's hardly an F-14 in the boneyard because we're never going to re-outfit them and put them back into the sky because they were trash to begin with.
Okay,
They
so
just
the F-14, and I'll tell you what happened with the F-14. The F-14 was made in 1976.
yeah.
Okay, it is an old aircraft. It's a very old aircraft. But we sold a lot of them to, we even sold some to Iraq. I mean, not Iraq, but Iran. But theirs are in so much, theirs are so, they don't have any parts for them.
Mm-hmm.
Which means, you know, we know what's going to happen there. You know, they're going to, and they got some F4s. Now, don't get me wrong. The F4 is a workhorse.
It is. It's durable as hell, too.
Yep.
The ones F4s during Vietnam, like they would come back all sorts of Swiss cheese because they were never designed for dogfighting. They were designed to be a missile interceptor. So they would come back from dogfighting just chewed up, chunked with missile strikes and all this stuff. But here's the thing. They would come back.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would be repaired, patched, and sent back out. And like, honestly, we hadn't seen such a durable piece of equipment since the M4 Sherman tank.
No, B-17.
B-17, yeah, that's another beauty right there. World War II did have its beautiful moments of engineering. Handed off to those
remember,
guys.
we saw those come back with the tails blown off, and you know.
Yeah, that's very true. It's very true.
Now, if you really want to get technical, the big Swiss cheese that they had but they never used right, they only built it to scare the shit out of everybody, was that freaking B-70 Valkyrie.
Yes.
That fucking plane, I'm sorry, but when you do a plane that will outrun an SR-71 Blackbird,
mm-hmm.
that is the size of a B-29, that can carry 2 super hydrogen bombs, and you only build 2 of them just to scare the pants off of Russia, then I ought to tell you something. Then I ought to tell you what we had back then.
Yeah. Well, and my wife's grandfather was a part of the Skunk Works team, and the stuff that we found in his book collection. Okay? Now, we don't know what happened to his book collection, but the stuff that we found in the book collection made everything that the public knows about look like toys. Like, for real. I remember when he passed away, there was straight. I mean, NASA's not an intelligence agency, and I'll tell you how we know this, because they were following his daughter around in a NASA van. Like, it had the big NASA on the side and everything. It was, oh, dude, talk about, this is not your job, and we can tell. Oh yeah, no, the Blackbird is, the Blackbird aesthetically. I mean, I was one of those guys. I love the Blackbird. I was one of those guys who was super stoked about the X-Men getting their own Blackbird, even though I was like, that would never work because I know what the inner workings of that thing look like.
Well,
I was a super fan of it as a kid, but I was like, the design is just so cool.
The thing about the Blackbird, the thing about that Blackbird, man, is when it's sitting on the ground, it's got fuel just dripping all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was like, so if you don't, I mean, I remember, I think I told you this, that when I was growing up, I didn't want to be a comic book artist.
Right.
I wanted to design airplanes.
Okay.
I wanted to go work for Skunk Works and go work for Kelly Johnson.
Oh heck yeah!
So so you do out of all the comic book people I know, you're the only one that ever said that. The only one that knows who Kelly Johnson is.
Yeah.
So for all you people that are watching tonight, I'm going to give you a little history about Kelly Johnson. So all the really cool planes that you see, the F-15, the F-18, the
I'll be right
X-15,
back, folks. Deadland.
the U-2, the F-117, and all the other little unmanned planes and everything, all were designed and drawn up by Kelly Johnson. Kelly Johnson was the head of Skunk Works. He designed all special intelligence aircraft for the United States military. And here's some that you don't know: the X-51, the X-47, the X-43. I bet you didn't even hear about those three, because those three are extremely fast. What the fucking do? No, not doing that. Not doing that. No, not doing that. No, that's not going to work. So we're going to do it differently. We're going to do it like this. Can't live with them. Can't live without them. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Okay, we're gonna do this.
Hey, sorry about that.
No problem. I have to make a minor, doing some changes on the thing.
Oh, it's coming out great, man.
Yeah. So I gotta add her.
Okay.
So and yes, Dan did sign it. I also got this one signed by Dan.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah. I got all the back flag issues autographed by Dan. Oh.
That's cool. That's cool.
Oh, dude, that's what I was telling you back then, man. I could get everybody and anything, Get them all the time. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh, man. My wife was like, don't you tell that story. Don't you tell that story. I don't want to be under observation again. Okay. It's kind of obvious if they do. Oh, they're not good at it. It's true, though. It did happen. And that's, and the Skunkworks is up to some amazing stuff. Always up to some amazing stuff. I lived for a while. I lived out in the Palmdale, Lancaster area, and I was a stone's throw away from the infamous Hangar 42. And I'll tell you, some unidentified flying objects were floating around out there, man. You'd see some stuff that'll just curl your nose hairs. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. That just, like, seemingly defying physics as we know it.
Oh, yeah.
The stuff you see out there. And that's one of the things, you take a look at a free nation with actual free enterprise and actual freedom. Not like the UK with its pseudo freedom.
Well, the UK is totally screwed up right now.
Oh, dude, they're boned. Right now, that's my heart goes out to them, for real.
Well, they did. Dude, I hate to tell you this, but they did it to themselves.
No, they did. They did. They drank they drank the Kool-Aid. And it has resulted in an absolute nightmare. And there is no justice in social justice. It's not social, and it's not justice.
Yeah, they're been. Let's see how I'll do this.
So normally, like when I'm doing pencils and stuff like this, quick change of subject, I would just spot in the blacks and draw the bunch of X's to infer that, hey, colored in straight black, but I'm keeping this kind of sketchy a little bit because I might, like I said, I'm going to talk with Rex about what direction he wants to go with the color on this before I go to inks. But I want some good infrastructure to be there just in case he does want to go with a more illustrative style. I do know that he likes the old pulp magazine stuff, and that is something that I appreciate. and I do like drawing in more of an illustrative manner. Keeping options open, because if I need a spot in black, too easy. I can just do that with brush. Got a whole bunch of brushes for different purposes and different textures.
I gotta be saying this. I've been drawing a lot of the forward perspective of the arms and stuff here recently.
I've been enjoying it, man. I love to watch people get out of. I love watching people get outside of their quote unquote comfort zone, and do the risky stuff. Do the risky stuff. I do appreciate it. I do, and I've been watching some guys like level up, dude, Elliot Rodriguez in the Ominous. Man, I've been a fan of Elliot's for years, and I've always loved his art style, and this is something that I notice a lot of with people that when they first start getting into like sequentials, right? People get into doing the sequential stuff, dude, that skill level just like they're XP farming. And I absolutely appreciate it. I absolutely appreciate it. And I want that book. I want that book. I gotta move a bunch of commissions. I mean, I've got some publication money coming in here over the next few months. I may have mentioned once or twice that, speaking of good old-fashioned late books that haven't been released yet or launched, my whole Scalpel Zero story, which I've been working for years to get to a point where I could actually just sit down and grind on it. Like, that's finally coming out in EDGEPUNK Magazine. That she'll be finally making.
What magazine?
EDGEPUNK Magazine. That is it's a digital magazine. And even the physical copies are digital. They're on a thumb drive, on a flash drive. And it's over 200 pages long, interactive pages. Like it's that whole, HTML5 Web 3.0 kind of aesthetic where you're getting into that future of interactivity, right?
Yep.
And it's great. I got issue number 2, and I'm telling you right now, like, that is cool. It's got music, it's got video, it's got all sorts of people out there. There's a digital artist that they're putting out their NFTs, and I don't like the NFTs as a form of investment. I think that's garbage. That's trash. But I do like NFTs as a form of original digital art. And when it's an actual like picture, not like a stupid Bored Ape nonsense. Like, I hated the Bored Apes. Those are so stupid. I had a friend of mine who tried to get me in on that. I'm glad I did not listen to him on that. But I like that repeat garbage stuff. But an actual like picture that they took time on and really produced and made something nice, something really good. Yes, Kitty, I see you, and I'm ignoring you on purpose. Got my special Kitty. She's here. All right, no, Kitty, you're. Yeah. Here. Go up to the radiator on my computer. I know that's your favorite spot because it's always nice and warm. But, where was I? Oh yeah, no, and it's cool because they're really awesome original pieces of art. Not some crappy little low-res JPEG cash grab, pump and dump scheme. From what I understand, too, they're the NFT, the physical portion of that NFT is linked to a stable coin. Right, stable coins are linked to what do you call that? Actual real world currency, and in this case, the U.S. dollar. So that's something, but the financial side of the things on that are not what intrigue me. I like the fact that you can own an original piece of art, and it's yours. You own it. That's it. I mean, you don't have the print rights to it, of course, because that's something entirely different. But you know, that's your piece of art, and that's cool. So if you're looking to get rich, that's not for you. But if you're interested in owning a piece of art, a 21st century piece of art. But speaking of art ownership, physical studio is closer to being back up and running, stronger and more powerful than ever before. I will have my physical studio up running here in the next 2 weeks with webcams, both to show my hideous face to unsuspecting populace, but also at the same time be able to show off what I'm working on. So that's gonna be fun. Actually being able to show off original art, and then I'll be changing the way when I go on shows like the studio, or when I go on Hump Day. So the studio, that is the Dawn's Saturday show, and Hump Day, that's Omer Glitch's Wednesday show. I'll be doing original art, and that will be available for purchase. So I will be surveying people out there in internet land, to to just kind of like a little bit of fan service, a little bit of appeal. You know what I mean? Get out there and do something folks want and pick it and get it. How I'm gonna sell it, that's still kind of up in the air a little bit. One idea that I have in my head, and I haven't talked to either show hosts about this, would be to
do your quarterly auction.
Well, and I was thinking of just like while the show is running, be like, hey, I'll take bidders, and then I'll collapse the wave function, and we'll solidify the winning bid into the show, and then cut the show host in for a modest commission. I've worked with galleries before, so I'm not opposed to a proper exchange. You know what I mean? And I know these guys are like, all right, Kitty, you gotta go. I know that you just absolutely lovable, and I love you. You're wonderful, Kitty. Meow, Kitty, meow. I love you, Kitty, meow. I gotta buzz off, man. Oh my god, no. For real. No special Kitty. She is special. And I mean that Olympically special. The only survivor of her litter. Back from the brink of death. So, and then, yeah, I think I'll put it like another layer.
Dude, I'm going to tell you something. Have you ever read some of these Black Flag books?
No, I got my hands. I got the link that, and I downloaded the books that Braga put out. I'm actually looking forward to finding the time to read them. I'm going to be reading them after I finish reading Sword and Chivalry from
Okay,
JFK.
just remember when Fraga drew these, he was like 18, 19 years old.
Oh, I'm not expecting much. I'm not expecting much other than outside the realm of, hey, this is fun.
Oh, no. It's fun. It's just remember, it's
The dialogue, huh?
no, not the dialogue. No, the art.
Okay.
You'll see when you get there.
Okay. No, that's fair.
So,
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I've been a fan of Braga's art for a very long time. And I've never had a strong disagreement with the guy because, well, that's not how I. But
yeah, it's like this. It's usually the same as always. It's misunderstandings or something happened, and stuff like that. And for me personally, because I don't know what's going on, I just stay out of it. And
yep.
And as for Dan, he's always welcome. He's a good guy.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, I am. Honestly, I see the whole upset between him and Ethan as an A to B situation, and I'm gonna see my way out of it. The fact that it's happening in public is a shame.
Well, see, back in the day, back in the 90s and stuff like this would go down, but you would never hear about it and you never see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm thoroughly aware of that. Julie Schwartz and Stan Lee absolutely hated each other, but when they were in front of the fans, they smiled and shook hands.
Yep.
And then they would do their trash talk would consist of, yeah, well, Superman could beat the crap out of the Hulk. That was their trash talk in public. And that's
you know how you beat the Hulk?
The best. You throw him in orbit?
No, you calm him down, let him go to sleep.
Right?
I'm serious.
It's true. All right, I'm gonna swap places with you quick. There we go. Got her kicking up a cloud of dust. Next is to add in a whole bunch of smoke around here. There we go. Yeah, check out Melvin, man. This is a guy who's been leveling up for quite a while. I love it. He's just been bringing better and better entertainment quality with each iteration of Melvin. Definitely worth checking out. Definitely worth checking out. This needs.
See, the thing is when you try to draw hair like somebody else and not like yourself, you always mess it up.
Right. Well, that's why I always just draw in my style, which is just terrible. I just draw awful, and people seem to enjoy it. I don't get it. But hey. Couple more poofs. And here's my thing on upsets, right? I'm not going to call it drama. It's not drama. Drama is what happens this is just human beings not being happy with actions or behaviors or whatever from other. I don't give a shit. Like, look, man, somebody's coming at. I'm an old denizen of the net. Somebody's coming after you hard. The most powerful button that you have available to you. Just ignore them, dude. For real.
So that's what you could do.
And they're like, oh no, well they're saying horrible things about me. Then dead agent that. Dead agent the trash. right? Just go, yeah, no, that's not true, and move on. And if people are gonna spurg out on the internet, then, dude, you wish them a good day and move on. Because all that time that is spent whinging and crying over nasty things being said is time that you're not working. Unless, you know, that's your business model. And then at that point, then we can talk about the Jerry Springer paradox.
Yeah.
And for people who don't know what I'm talking about there, Jerry Springer, daytime talk show host, he was famous for having fights break out on his daytime talk show. And it later, when he tried to get away from that and get back to his original content of actual quality interviews and all this other stuff,
Didn't work.
It didn't work. His show died, and he retired.
And then he passed away.
From the daytime. Yeah, from the daytime scene. And then, and this is the thing about retirement, man. Retirement is, yeah, I know you're upset with that. Sorry, kitty. It is that, yeah, and you get stuck. So if your brand is built off of vitriol, you have my sympathy. You don't have my ire. I'm not upset, man. You got to do what you got to do, but I don't watch. Sorry, say again.
You think I pushed your hand out too far? Take a look.
Who, you or me?
No, me.
Oh,
You think I pushed your hand out too far?
No, I don't think so. I think that's a good forced perspective if you're trying to like create additional depth. I'd have to see his hand and how much. No, I think you did it just right. I think that's just good.
Okay. 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 Got it. Thanks, sir.
Hey, you're welcome.
So,
all right, Kitty, if you're gonna jump on my shoulder, jump on my shoulder. But
okay, now I'm gonna ask a stupid question.
All right.
Why in the hell does everybody have two little kids running around? And Fragga, he's got two kids. What the fuck?
Yeah. All right, Kitty. Oh, I know what she wants. She wants out of the room and the door is closed. I'll be right back. Okay. Apologize for that. Just never ends, does it? Is there is there is making sure everything spurg out the freak she. That's right. You gotta have like 56 kids like I do. Oh wait, no, it's the beginning of the month, so I gotta reset the numbers. You gotta have like 8 kids like me. That's the meme. Is that the number of kids I have grows it grows throughout the whole month until it's. I mean, it starts off at a ridiculous number. Let's be real. All right. I want to create poofs. I'm gonna have to zoom out here because I want to create poofs at each gunshot. So, like that. She is fanning the gun, fanning her iron, so to speak, around, and spins around, nailing all these guys. And of course, leaving one left alive. Leaving one in the chamber, of course, just in case. I like this. I like this character. It's a lot of fun. I like the growth in westerns. That's the deep tradition of comic books. Kind of fell off to the wayside for a while. Too long, in my opinion. Comics. The last big mainstream western that we had was Jonah Hex. I can think of that I read.
No, the last big western was that one Kevin Costner did.
No, I mean comic book wise.
What, comic book western?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be Jonah Hex.
Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking too. Is like, man, the only one I can really think of would be Jonah Hex.
The problem is that movie was terrible.
I didn't even watch the movie.
You didn't miss much.
Yeah, no, the trailer did not interest me.
You didn't get to see what's her name take her clothes. She didn't even take her clothes off in it either.
Oh, see, there, total waste.
Yeah, Megan Fox. Yeah.
No. All right. Ooh, all right, this is starting to come along. Mysterious woman of mystery here. Yeah. Oh. There we go. This way everybody can see, just me. Stop eating kids every month. That's, hey, meat's meat, and tender meat is good. Yo, Marinus. Oh, there he is. Marinus. How are you doing? And good morning, Lord Sandwich, the defender of flavor. In the chat, everybody. Man, I've seen behind the scenes on Shadow Saint, and I'm going to tell you right now, that is a top-notch production. For real. That is amazing. 23 people watching at this ungodly hour. That is fantastic. Make sure that you smash that thumbs down button. Let me know how you really feel. The digital Bullpen. This is where we get work done. We talk shop. We talk industry. Talk professionalism. So right now, Yellow Flash under fire, taking a lot of heat.
What's the matter?
Oh, Yellow Flash taking a lot of heat right now, and I think it's a bit undeserved. For his book launching late. I'm like, really? Like, there are plenty of things to be in life to be upset about, but a late launching book, really? See, now to me that's just grasping at straws. Like I've said many times before, I'd rather a book launch late than deliver late, and I'd rather it deliver late than be subpar. Like, you know, if just imagine a world where Sonic the Hedgehog the movie came out on time. No Sonic 2, no Knuckles TV show, none of that would have happened. Because the original movie would have been so poorly received that it would have just been a 2-week meme and then forgotten. To be honest, it would have been just absolutely. It would go away. But instead, you know, I've watched kids. Of course, they love Sonic, and so I have seen all 3 of the movies. And I have seen the Knuckles TV show. And you know what? Surprisingly on brand. And a lot of fun. Needs more chili dogs, though. That's one of my kids was saying that if they had a complaint about the show, it would be that there is a distinct lack of chili doggery, because that is Sonic's favorite food, and it needs to be featured more often. And you know, that's a critique from the target demographic, the chillins. You know, so take that as it is. I've enjoyed it, and Keanu Reeves. I've never been a huge Keanu fan. I mean, he does good movies and whatnot, but as an actor, oof, flat. But you know, he actually worked out pretty well for Shadow, and I think it's the you know, the whole, he does the brooding thing pretty decently, and it works out. So if you haven't seen this, if you're a fan of Sonic the Hedgehog and you haven't seen the movies, I recommend it. It's fun. They're fun. Yeah, they are good. Hey Jonas, how you doing? Good morning. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Insanity Zone, where the only right opinion is my opinion. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, like I was saying earlier, you know, like, I love watching Comics Gate Kings. That's a fun show. I love watching all those pros get together and whatnot and hanging out. Often throw it on in the background while I'm working. But I don't watch Trashcast. I can't stand it. It's not my cup of tea. I really don't like that show. But I love the Kings. Love Professionals. That's a fun one as well. I especially love it when they start talking shop. Right? They start talking industry. They start talking sausage. I understand that most people aren't into that. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Like, honestly, who's that for? You know, that's for people who like to watch the making of, you know, movies, and for people in the industry looking to level up their game. Well, that's mostly what, but I like that stuff. But you know, and I love that stuff. I love watching the Fraggot. I love watching Fraggot Drawsters. I wish Ethan would do more stuff. I think, honestly, it would be great to have him just record some live. Should you record some of his working, some of his artwork and whatnot?
So what do you think?
Hold on 1 second. Let me get on over here.
Well,
that's coming out great, man.
Hold on.
Look at that, folks. Look at that, TV land. Yeah, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is great.
And I did something
Look at
interesting.
that.
Look what I put in the background.
Ooh, what's that?
Yeah.
Not too terribly in focus.
But again, so we do it this way.
Yeah. Yeah, the gray line's not terribly in focus.
Okay, there's an F.
Oh.
There's an A. R. G. A.
Nice. Nice.
Let's see. I want to see if he catches it.
Yeah, you saw that I tagged him in.
Dude, he liked what you tagged.
Yeah, because I was like, we were making that joke like the whole night that the gun goes frag-a-boom,
Yep.
and I was like, you know what? I'm a fool for not tagging him in that. And I love creator-owned comics. I do, which is why I'm very, very happy that Liefeld is bringing his stuff back. I'm glad to see that he's getting some of the legal stuff worked out from the people who did him dirty. And they did do him dirty. And for that, there's a special place in hell right next to the people that own the Bob Ross stuff. Like those people, they can go to hell. All of that should belong to Bob's son. And I'm really, really happy for him. And even though I never was like a huge Youngblood fan, like I liked Bad Rock because Bad Rock and I were the same age. And so,
how old were you?
I was 15, 16 years old. Time.
When that came out?
Yeah, so Bad Rock was 16 when Youngblood premiered.
So what are you right now? 46, 47?
48. Yeah.
You're 48.
Yeah.
Dude, you are young.
I am. I'm a young buck. Big old cow.
Yeah. No, I'm 53. I'm going to be 54 pretty soon.
Dig it. Dig it. Sometimes like, terrible undersketching. I'm gonna have to redraw the whole thing here. Boot pant leg going out like that. I mean, I really did just kind of like loosey-goosey in the undersketching for this.
You know what the funny thing was?
What's that?
Is we were going to do Arachnus, okay? I was surprised that Michael came in like he did.
I'm glad he did.
Well, because I didn't know what happened to him, because I thought that book was going to take off and just go ballistic, and it was, I thought that, I ran out of money or something, but it was actually them, pulling out because they weren't good at storytelling and they didn't have a plan to go with.
Right.
And now it sounds like he's got a good plan to go with.
Yeah. No, it's I'm enjoying the way that the story seems to be going, and I would love to have him back on.
He'll probably be back on this weekend.
Well, I mean, to showcase Arachnus once he's got the. I definitely want to have him on.
He showed one of the pages last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably had my head too close to the grindstone.
Yeah.
So we're gonna give this guy some chaps. Give him chaps. Kind of give some variety to these bad guys in the background here. And like Art of Roy was talking about, doing the hanged man, right? The hanged man perspective trick, where everybody is or that you've got your stable reference, right? Like whatever key figure you have, you know, in relation to the horizon line, and you have to imagine them kind of standing up. So sometimes it's good to just draw your classic, make a new one, set it up like, nope, like that. There we go. Okay, boom. So say you've got, I'm going to grab say you've got your horizon. Oh, that's terrible. Why did I do that? Let me grab it. Right. Time to bust out the red pen. Red pen of doom. That one's not good. This one. So you got your, oh, that's terrible. I wonder if this trick will work. Ah, there we go. Boop. Okay. So say you got your horizon line, right? And then we're going to grab, where is that god-awful green? There we go. God-awful green. So say your horizon line. Now that is the height of, that was terrible. No, just, there we go. Okay. So that's the height of the viewer, right? So the viewer, their eyeball is right at that line. That's where they see. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Eyeball. All right. And then, so they are looking, you're gonna draw, standard person is going to be right there. I'm gonna draw in a person. And we got another person who's behind them. Same proportions. There. And a little bit further back. Oh, see, a little bit. Okay to flop it in there, folks. So we can, from that, we can extrapolate. Second, a vanishing point. Bring that out there. One little building. We're gonna give it some space. We're gonna give an empty lot. We're gonna keep along with that whole. All right, so I'm just gonna do dotted lines. Boop, boop, boop. Then we're gonna eyes, boop, 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 boop. Eyes, boop. That's just about where that thing comes across. So this would be one story. This is 2 stories. All right, boom. We're going to draw another building here, but this one we're going to make it only 1 story. All right, so here's the door across from that guy. We're going to put the door flat on the ground. Right. So we're going to inset. We're going to say that both these people are on the sidewalk, so it's all kind of worn in like this. So you do the hanged man kind of thing. That's what we're talking about when I'm talking about the hanged perspective trick. What's his face? Gosh, I always forget his name. Guy's absolutely phenomenal. David Lynch, right? He's got a wonderful series of videos. He's got a wonderful series of videos on perspective hats, and Elliot Rodriguez actually has a great video on perspective hats as well. I do highly recommend that. He's got a great channel over there, and whatnot. So that's a lot of fun. A lot of fun stuff. We get very, like, dude. What's his name? Like Aaron Blaze, absolutely fantastic. You know, legendary animator. Aaron Blaze, who's got a new animation.
Which there's a convention coming up that Don Bluth's going to be at.
Yeah, speaking of legendary animators, dude, that's super exciting.
Yeah, he's started doing conventions and stuff, and man, he's getting flooded.
Yeah, well, I mean, these guys, I dig it. Back in their day, convention was
It
more
wasn't
or
the
less
same
where
thing.
business was done.
It wasn't the same thing.
No, not even close.
You know, not like today.
No, conventions today are, even though they say convention, they're all expos.
But the one that got me was the one they just did with McFarlane and Jim Lee actually got together finally
Oh wow!
basically on the same table.
Wow!
I know
That's wild.
and Todd posted pictures, and I was like, "Holy crap! Did hell freeze over?"
Yeah, for real. That's like the Eagles getting back together.
Yeah,
That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. From what I understand, those guys,
they haven't talked in a long time.
yeah, that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Look, those guys can make up. Anybody can do it. For real. For real. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Now explain curvilinear perspective. Okay, curvilinear perspective. That one, that's a fun one. Okay, so let me go back. We'll go ahead and make another one. Boop. Grab the pen of doom. All right, grab our ugly red.
The pen of
Right.
doom. I love that.
Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and drop a horizon right there. So that one is kind of fun. And the best way to think of that one is, this one's a lot more subjective. Let me grab the ugly green. So, boop. Oh, that's really tiny. Goodness gracious. Oh, no wonder. So, there we go. Boop, boop, doop, doop, doop. Ah, dang it. Stop it. Okay. There we go. Bigger. That way people out there in TV land can see. So, imagine that as you get closer to say, no, I know that there's a way that I can choose the focus point of the brush where I could say, no, I want to come out from a central point. F it. We're just going to do this the hard way then. Okay. So. Oh, that's way too big. Then it gets bigger. It gets crazy bigger. Get closer. So it's all gonna curve out from the point. It's actually gonna be even bigger. It's gonna go off screen. Then you're gonna have it kind of doing this. It's gonna come out right that way, and then because this is not, now we're going to go with our whole example of drawing a building, it's going to zoom out from this. Sorry, I had to rethink my thought process here, because sometimes I still get this one screwed this one up. All right, so say we've got oh, Neil, I'm just going to grab a different color. Let's go grab a magenta here, because that's annoying. All right, say we've got a we're gonna have crazy person charging at the thing. So this is gonna go out that way. Gonna do something a little simpler here. and then I'm gonna reverse engineer. So we're gonna here, there. Bones. So this one is like, see, oh, the yellow's not. Grab that cyan. So it's exploding. It's exploding out. It almost defies. If I were to brick this in, so it's almost like, gosh, see, I'm still learning this stuff myself, right? And it's a lot of subjective stuff. So the foreground and background and midground will be on different kind of scaling and stuff. Now, and they do this a lot in, say, manga. Well, I'll just do a new picture here where we go ahead and do, I want to get a good curve on this. So I want to zoom out, make this a little small. Where the horizon is not a flat line, it's a curve. All right, everything coming out on that curve. Come on, autosave. Love you, autosave. Right, and it gets, so imagine like that. And then we'll do sky coming out same way, where it's coming out, exploding out at you, right? So I don't know if that makes sense to people, or if that's just kind of crazy talk. Where, and then you can got your, say we have the good old buildings right out at you, and coming way out at you, staggered, space in between those buildings.
Man, why does my guy look like the Brooklyn Brawler?
What's that?
He looks like the Brooklyn Brawler.
So
Switch over.
Oh, hold on 1 second. So then you get your, where it's really kind of got, you got that exploding angle. I'm using a lot of this as I'm remastering the Scalpel Zero stuff, and put a taller building here just to kind of, right. So it's really got that explosive thing, and I'll say like I draw some crazy sci-fi kind of vehicle here. You like that. Put a cockpit, that, some big old rocket boosters here. It's almost like a person, like some fin on that. And go ahead and grab other, and then just kind of, that's too light. Get a little stronger. There we go. Okay, so we'll draw some speed lines as it vrooms in at you. All right, and I'll grab the magenta for the speed lines for the buildings. Vrooms at you. I know it's a little bit of a chaos going on there, but I just want to show off like all the different elements that are going on, and let's go see something good. All right, making you bigger. You ambiginated.
Pull this up a little bit so you see. See what I'm saying?
Curvilinear is when you drink and draw. Oh, Cuervo linear. I see what you did there. That is a smart joke. Too much smart for me. I'm Jimmy. I'm in charge.
Let's see what I'm saying.
It's coming out great.
Yeah, he looks good. Made him look older. Because, you know, when Dan drew him in the old books, he looks real young. So it's, you know, been 30 years, so got to make him look older.
Right. No, and I totally dig on that. I totally dig on that. Yeah, no, you know, it's really funny with like this thing with the size of that vehicle. I could actually draw that fore section of the vehicle even bigger and work it back and forth. So that's the hard one. Like doing the linear perspective, easy peasy. That's basic to intermediate level artwork. Doing like the warped perspectives and stuff like that. Brutal. And it's one of those things where you got to get out there and you got to go take the risk. Go screw it up. You know what I mean? Go mess it up. That's the best way to learn it. Just go out there and just mess it all up. It is 4:04. Hour not found in Central Time. That's my time.
Yep, and I'm going to have to call it.
Hey, I appreciate you stopping by. I'm going to take a quick break myself. So, James, let's go ahead and embigginate you and get you out there and promote your stuff. I don't like the word shill. The word shill is shrill.
And
Promote.
You can find me at www.levonsteins.com. It's right below my name. Go check the website. Like I said, my new novel, The Dark Empress, is on the website. You can actually read the first chapter of the new book. That book should be coming out later this year or early next year. And Don is supposed to be wrapping up the Steins graphic novel art and lettering and everything, hopefully by the weekend, which means I could start getting it PDF'd by next week, and we could get it to the publisher before the end of the month and get everything out to everybody, you know, by the end of the month.
So, awesome. You know, so yeah, there we go. We got the link.
So yeah, that's all coming down like that. And what else was I gonna say? Oh, and original artwork is on the website also, so you can find the original artwork on the website too. So catch you guys later.
Yep, and don't miss tomorrow night the studio with Don. You're going to be there, right?
Oh yes.
See, that's
I have no idea what I'm drawing, but I'll be there.
Yeah, we are going to be doing. We're going to be posting on Elysium Fields from Michael Oden. So it's time for some Invicta artwork.
All right. See you guys then.
All right. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Awesome, everybody. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take this moment here to boop boop. Wait, why not with the boop boop? It's still logging him out. That's why the boop. But make sure you get everybody out there. Landy, go check him out. And don't forget, Metal got a physical copy of Realms and Relics #1 for only $3.50 before shipping. 48 pages. IndiePlanet.com/realms-and-relics-1. Fantastic. And of course, get Tim Olsen, Melvin. Like he's been knocking it out. He's been bringing the heat. It's absolutely fantastic. And since you're out there getting some books and whatnot, Devil Flyer on my comic, link down in the description below, and get your copy of EDGEPUNK Magazine, also link in the description below. And we're going to take a quick 10-minute break-ish, more like a 5-minute break. I'll be back here at 5:15 a.m. On the East Coast. I'm going to go stretch my bones, get myself something to drink, utilize the facilities, and get back to work on this midnight triptych, which I think is coming out pretty decent. I can see like some areas where I've really got to go back in, and like some of my base structure was kind of wonky. Fix some stuff, resize some stuff, especially after I got done talking to all y'all about Hanged Man perspective. The guy's a little off. I didn't want any of these guys to be on the same plane, you know, standing directly parallel to each other. I wanted them all to be at different distances. That one guy right here back in the middle, he's a little bit too far back. So enjoy the rockin' tones from Legion Zero. Play you guys Revenant, which is fantastic because Neon Revenant coming out from Rock Art Comics is going to slap. We've got artwork from Corey Barton, Mike McMahon, and Irene. I'm not going to try and pronounce her last name on it, and I'm doing the interiors. And we've got wonderful editing team on that to ensure that all y'all get absolutely the best possible. I mean, I've got a team of editors whooping me and beating me out my face and neck, just the way you like it. So I'll be right back here in about 10 minutes. So okay, well now it's at 4:30 or 4. It'll be back at 4:20. So Central, but 5:20 Eastern. We shall return. Till then, I'll see you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're back a little bit late. I had to go update the ticker at the bottom. You know, I try to get love where it's due, and I want to, take a quick moment to acknowledge the people that bring this to you. Neon Revenant for Rock Art Comics. King League is bringing it. Hell Hath No Fury, such as a Mother's Vengeance. Oh, Neon Revenant, that is going to be a fantastic one. World War Hell from Omniverse Incursion Entertainment. That is a series of books and a tabletop game that are in production, coming out hopefully sooner than later. And of course, all music has been provided by Legion Zero Music. Go check them out on SoundCloud and Facebook. Links in the description. And EDGEPUNK Magazine. Absolutely. Dude. Halder, you are the best. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Yes, go sign up. We're getting the newsletter together. We really did want to launch the newsletter this month. At the beginning of this month. Looks like we're going to be launching it at the end of this month because we want to get everything together and whatnot. And as always, you know, if you receive an email that is from us and you're like, no, I don't like this, it is super simple. You just simply click that button of unsubscribe and we remove you from our email as in accordance with international laws. So but we do want to, there's so much good stuff coming out, I mean, we're working with all sorts of people here, you know, building bridges, not burning them. That's just how we like to get things done. It's how we like, because it's not about us. It's not about any of our personal stuff. It is entirely about you, the fans, you who want quality entertainment brought to you. Of course, your voice matters. So if there's something you like or something you don't like about it, dude, please let us know, and we will endeavor to constantly upgrade that production value. So that way, next iteration of our products continue to move onward and upward and to greater and greater heights, because it really is, I'm a man on a mission, and the mission is supplant mainstream, and that's not going to happen if I get, you know, it's not going to happen. We get butthurt about about critiques, you know. That they'll just ensure that it's just going to be a flash in the pan, and you know, once again, it's the rising tide operation. I know a lot of people have been talking about rising tide for years, but I'm really working my damnedest to make sure that that it happens. Really do want this stuff to succeed, you know. Really do. I'm gonna give this guy a big old schnoz there. Have a schnoz. Variation of characters. Hair. So not everybody had a well manicured haircut. Long hair was not uncommon. Well, I could say that it was uncommon, but it wasn't rare. You know, talk about your traditional rarities. So yeah, the long hair style object, that was probably like a green item. And all you MMO players out there totally got the reference. Everyone else is like, what the hell is he talking about? Stupid. You know, we're gonna give him a little bit of chin puke here. There we go. Give him the old Klingon beard. Of course, I'm always endeavoring to increase skill level, point where it doesn't cause eyes to bleed. I know, long way to go, but journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. So can't make fun of yourself. Who can you make fun of? Nobody. That's who. Him. Best. There. And we're going to double check the way things overlap. All right. Oh. There we go. There we go. There we go. So, oh dear, everybody out there in the chat, I do appreciate you being here, keeping me company while I get some work done on some amazing projects. Rex Christian at Momentum Comics is really bringing it. He's recent addition of Homer Glitch to his production staff, really helping it out, making sure that that production value gets to the next level. Always onward, upward, leveling up. Never be stagnant. Never get caught same spot. You know what I mean? I have this guy's arm kind of twisted a little bit back in pain. So I'm gonna fix this up a little bit. Do want it's twisted back. Oh gosh, you got me, hoss. Pop that shoulder up. Everybody coming here and keep me company while I work. Rare opportunity. I know that the digital bullpen is a random stream. It really is. Do want to bring back. I did try with a morning show, Good Morning Vietnam, but it just wasn't panning out. It just wasn't resonating with folks. And I understand why. It really had no direction, had no theming, had nothing special going for it. I did want to get stuff, do news and analysis and stuff like that, but never really got too into it because work just gets in the way, and I want to make sure that pardon me, I want to make sure that I'm actually getting my work done. I don't want stuff to get in the way of production, because my own stuff is years late, much later than I ever wanted it to be coming out, and don't want to delay it any further. I want to get it out, get it into your. Got a whole bunch of stories to tell. Science fiction mostly, but I also have some. Fantasy. High fantasy, actually. I've got a whole world and storyline that the late brother and I worked really well on. I think that people are going to. I think people are really going to enjoy it. Or people are going to really enjoy it. And it all starts with Sniggle, the story of Sniggles the Mighty, the world's mightiest goblin, who towers at 4'6". He's a towering 4'6". And you know, I'm gonna have this guy's hammer talked about. There we go. And finish drawing in that ginger root down there. Speaking of ginger roots, so controversial Yara. Is her name Yara? Cover. Well, talking about And it's like, yeah, no, the hand is technically correct. However, it's a bad tangent. And the ultimate decider of what is a viable product is the audience. Right? So if the audience, us art nerds, we can go, oh, well, technically that's okay. But if the audience says, hey, I don't care if that's realistic, it looks off, dude, you shut your mouth and roll with it. You don't sit there fighting tooth and nail trying to defend it. Because that's what Hollywood has done. Even when Hollywood is technically correct, poorly received product is still a poorly received product. That's all there is to it. These buttons stand out against the background line, so we got a little contrast. Sometimes you just go beyond what is. So yeah, that's starting to come. I'm gonna fix up that. Definitely go check out. Yes, look at that beautiful haldir with the beautiful, beautiful links with the art book that has just been added. And this weekend, I am finally hooking up a scanner that I've managed to borrow from a friend of mine, tattoo artist. He's let me borrow his scanner. One of these days, I'm gonna bring him up here because his artwork is absolutely phenomenal. I've been talking to him about putting together a coffee table book with some really cool stuff that will make it a book that you're gonna want to talk to your local tattoo shop about putting it in their wedding room. Because imagine this if you had a book full of tattoos where you could look through that and be like, I really like that. I want that. I want this exactly. Or I want something like this. Can you change it to be like that? Or can you customize it for me? And so we've got a format going forward on this that he and I have been working with where it's the pictures of the tattoos that people get, the ones that's like, oh, I like this tattoo. It's a popular type of tattoo. They're called flash sheets, right? It's kind of like a ready-made menu of tattoo designs. We are incorporating the idea of a flash sheet with an art book, and we will be going through Fund My Comic to fund it. Right? We'll do an early campaign that'll have a limited edition, collector's edition of it, and then we'll once the exclusive period is over, where we reward those who truly believed in the project in the early stages of it. We'll cut that off and get everybody fulfilled and roll over into a general storefront, because I do love that about Fund My Comic, is rolling it over into a storefront where the general public, the latecomers and whatnot, they could still get in on it if it is still for sale. And you've rewarded your early supporters with the exclusive stuff. And then at that point, you're also, because you have the option of like, okay, cool, the tier is no longer available. That support tier is no longer available. That menu item is now off the menu, but you see what you missed. And I like that from a marketing perspective. I actually really, really like that. And so I'm very pro Fund My Comic. No shadow banning, no deplatforming or anything like that. I fully support people putting their projects on Kickstarter and IndieGoGo or Zoop or wherever the hell they're going to do it. But for me, as a customer, I prefer to either A, get it off of Fund My Comic, because there's no BS there. There's no cancel culture over there. Go check out Pardon me. Pigman from Bosch Vostein. Go check that one out because nobody else would platform him. Nobody would platform him. And he is very famous for drawing the image of Muhammad. Right, which is a big it's a big social no-no, especially today, right? Because there's a lot of placating to the Islamists. But on my comic, platformed him. The cancel crowd came after him, and Fun My Comic said, "Look, you're gonna, if you're gonna go cancel him, you're gonna have to do it somewhere else because you're not gonna be able to do it directly through him. We're not pulling it from the platform." And holy moly, dude, Luke Stone and your staff, full hats off on that because I thoroughly believe in the freedom of speech. I really, really do. And his campaign's doing great. I mean, last time I checked, which was, I think, last week, he was over $17,000 in. Great. That's fantastic, man. Dude, for real, because everywhere else, they wouldn't host it. But go find your market, right? If your crowd's on Kickstarter, Billy Tucci and what's his face, Lady Death, name's escaping me right now. Hey, there's your market. If your market's on IndieGoGo, looking at Ethan Van Sciver and John Malin, hey, your market's on IndieGoGo, go do IndieGoGo. But don't discount Fun My Comic, because if you really want it, especially in this day and age with people with shipping prices, printing prices, all this other stuff, money being tight, inflation running rampant, a digital comic is a viable option. I know that there are purists out there like, I'm never releasing a digital comic. And that's fine. That's on you. But I'm letting you know right now, you're excluding part of the market when you say that. Right? People love a PDF that they own, that they can take with them wherever they want. They can put it on their favorite device and whatnot. I love that. I absolutely love that. I love that freedom. I'm big on the freedom. Yeah, definitely. Go check out Fun My Comic. Absolutely fantastic. The people over there, wonderful, wonderful people for doing what they do and giving a platform. But, so what? You're going to do your crowdfunding over on the site where you're going to get your most business. Don't exclude opening up a digital storefront over on Fun My Comic. Be like, yeah, no, you can't get the physical copies anymore unless you're going to go buy them from my eBay store. But, you can go get an inexpensive digital version over there. It's not so exclusive, but still you get to enjoy the story. Because get the story in people's hands. That's the point. Get the story into people's hands. You're not going to saturate a market if you don't put it into the market. If you don't put it into people's hands. You can't sell the pen without putting it in somebody's hand. Right? And just do it, man. Do it. For real. I want to see success. I despise mainstream. I get invited to come talk about mainstream stuff. And I don't mind going and doing it. But mainstream stuff is dookie. It's dookie. Even the best of it is dookie. I'm done. I'm done. They had their time. Those intellectual Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, X-Men, they all had their time. And man, did they sing. Was the crescendo good? Oh, baby, baby, baby. It was good. You better believe it. Yeah, and yeah, no, for real. Haldir, especially with the tariff wars going on right now, and there's, it's not for this channel to be talking about what's going on with that, but there's great references out there that this is not something that is new, and that countries have not been fair with each other. There's supposed to be no tariffs between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Like, there's also not supposed to be border checkpoints either. Right? We're supposed to have open borders and open trade between us three. We're supposed to be like a powerhouse. But North and South of the U.S. have not been playing fair. The United States has not been playing fair. Nobody's been playing fair. They've all been turds to each other. And the turdery, it continues. It is what it is. But, it's ultimately the consumer the customer. I think that people are kind of sick of the word consumer. And I dig it. The customer, the person who's paying, who gets the short end of the stick. For real. And they have been getting the short end. And it's very unfortunate. And so digital tiers kind of open that up. You know, they open up a good access to the marketplace. And the whole point, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, and so therefore you know immediately that it is absolutely worthless, is that the point is to get it into people's hands, get people talking about it, because it takes a good 20 years. Think about that. It's a good 20 years for an IP to saturate the market to the point where people are excited enough about it that you get into the multimedia market, right? Lady Death is a rare exception where Lady Death made her debut and the Evil Ernie and the early 90s, right? 91, I think, 92, 91, I don't know. Remember with this stuff, but she got her series in 97, 98 or something like that, I forget. Or the movie, the Lady Death movie. That's fast. Spawn, like, getting his stuff, McFarlane getting his stuff in the late 90s, that was fast. And that has everything to do with market saturation. Oh, that's right. I gave this guy chaps too. That's okay. 2 guys with chaps are going to be okay. So, chaps were common loot back in the Wild West. I'm going to give this guy some fringes on his chaps. So, fringe on his chaps. So get your product out there. Get into as many hands as you possibly can. Yes, exclusivity. I'm 110% in favor of exclusive content for people who got in early and supported your endeavor. But ultimately, the long game to be played is get it out there into the general market. And if you're what do you call it? If you're playing the exclusive only game, I see is you're only hurting yourself. And especially with money getting tight, with times getting tight, that's when you're playing the fixed pie, and that's not a game to play. Because there's a whole world out there that would absolutely enjoy those stories. For real. And I think that I honestly think that a lot of this stuff could get, the animated or live action or both treatment if enough people were interested. And you've got to have, and especially if you're playing the entertainment game, right? The most powerful word in entertainment is no. Well, it's actually the most powerful word in business is no. When Henry Cavill proved that just recently, because he worked really hard. He spent invested a lot of his own money. He got investors in on the 40K series for Amazon. Amazon said, "Hey, we want to do Wokehammer, not Warhammer," and he said no. And he was pulling out of the project. He was getting ready to sue them. Like, they lined up the legal paperwork. He used the ultimate power of no. Well, you creators out there, get your stuff popular enough. You have to have that position of power, that position of bargaining. where you could say, no, this is, no, I don't, I get creative control. I am the creative director of the project. I don't care who, is working on the project or whatnot. I am the creative director. I get to decide the content that goes in there. Oh, yeah, no, Haldir, let me go back here. So, Haldir says, comments are pretty good on my Color e-reader. The Color e-ink screen kind of looks like newsprint. Yeah, dude, the tech is there, dude. We have the Star Trek tablets. Use them. I read my digital comics. I read them on my computer screen. I sit down at my computer screen. I load up like some kind of music in the background, and then I sit down and start reading my comics. I love my physical comics. Unfortunately, like with this last move, like, dude, I spent hundreds of dollars on crowdfunded books, and the move that I did a few years back, 3 years ago, this year, they were lost or destroyed. But the digital copies that I have, I still have those. And there's a lot of books that I haven't gotten to read yet. And it sucks. It sucks because I invested in some amazing creators, and I keep hearing like, oh, dude, did you read that? Did you read it? It was so good. Did you read it? And I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, it was lost before I ever got the opportunity. And bummer, major bummer. So let's see here. Pariah actually came out and broke down the drawing the foot process. That was a great little tutorial right there. I love that stuff. I absolutely love it. All right, we're gonna zoom out here real quick. All right, this is starting to come together, but hey, this is me making sure that doing Rex right, and I'm gonna make him a lot of money. The whole idea. And like I said, I gotta have a talk with him about this before I print it off and go to inks. This is done. We're gonna sit down. We're gonna do some production meeting. Probably do it live over on the 4 o'clock shadow. That's Rex's show every day at 4 o'clock Central, 5 Eastern. And I do mean every day. With a very, very rare exception. He has been out there pumping it up. He recently got monetized, so make sure you go over there and smash a super chat in his lap. Because Rex has definitely been working really hard to get this. But I think I've got my pencil tool dialed in finally for doing digital pencils. I do like to work with a fine point. And that is really small. And then, of course, we zoom out. Always zooming in, zooming out, flipping it back and forward. So that way, do the upside down. I like to do the upside down thing, personally, as opposed to the side to side, horizontal flipping, because then inconsistencies, out points, they really do stand out, because then your mind has to reorganize what you're looking at. Oh, dude, hold on. I'm trying to find my mouse. There it is. Look at that. Yeah, 60, 70 projects. That's I backed like maybe 20 or 30 projects or something like that. And there are a lot of projects out there where I was like, look, your project's on Kickstarter. I don't spend money on Kickstarter, and I just buy a copy. And I'm paying attention to people who have websites. Let me go over here to my hot bar. Ethan's sites of Amphibionics and his all caps sites, great. Dark Gift has a wonderful website. EDGEPUNK's got a wonderful site. MattKrotz.com is an absolute wonderful site as well. Dark Gift's got a great site. Zayd Brothers, ZaydComics.com, once again, another great site. They're fun, they're easy to navigate, good to look around. Mythic Americas, that's an interesting one. That was one that was suggested over to me. Retroverse.com, GenuineComics.com. I love when people open up their stuff. I do. I really, really do. And theinstallation.com, that's another really good one. I'm gonna throw that is, oops, that was the wrong button. Now I've got to reload chat on my web browser, and I have my security settings for the chat for my web browser set to paranoid. All right, so I'm gonna have to darken this in right here because we do want to have contrast. Ooh, we are lagging. Why are we lagging? I'm gonna go take a look at the system. Video. I'm gonna have to. Oof. Oh, it's time to close out one browser real quick and reload it because it's starting to stack up. OBS. Oh my goodness. OBS. You are being a turd. So, yep. That one is eating up a bunch. But honestly, it's Clip Studio that is the most egregious offender right now. And I do have a ton of stuff open. So I'm gonna close some stuff out. Nope, don't save it. Nope, don't save it. Nope. That. And yeah, oh yeah, this one came out great. A Bionic Bra, very happy. I do love a happy customer. This image done for Cobalt. I even got a little bit of. I got a tip. I love getting tips. So I'm getting. Apparently I get to get caught up on the story as it is, which is this is one that I missed out on. I really wanted. So I am very, very excited about that. What is this? Don't save it. Close out some of these open pages that I have. Don't save. What is this? Oh, okay. That one is. All right, some concept stuff. Did need to do that, so we're gonna close this one out, and we are gonna save. There we go. We are going to. Oh, need to leave that one open. So working on some logo design. I got to get back to that later today as well. Cover that I'm working on. Nope. Don't save that because I already have. I was messing around. There we go. Now let's go take a look at our system and see what we're chewing up. Clip Studio is still using the most RAM. OBS is using Lord OBS. So that's the one I have to do. We're gonna close first real quick and stop using the virtual camera. Oh, there it is. Good. We're still nice. Ah, see that loaded up real nice and fast now. Close out. OBS is one of those that it's rude. It overstays its welcome on the memory side of things. Yeah, Psycho Slumber. I'm really looking forward to that one. I enjoyed Lost Pages 1. Unfortunately, my copy is gone. I don't know what happened to it. I want to get Lost Pages 2. I really enjoyed it. Great anthology. A lot of fun. I'm going to skip that version. Cancel. Go ahead. What the heck is going on here? Who is... Oh, no, go away. Okay, we're going to start our virtual camera. Go take a look at what we got. Yeah, now it's using like half of the resources that it was using. Sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you just got to purge the memory. Notice it. The system's not the fastest, but it's no slouch either. I've got 64 gigs of DDR3 RAM, and I've got an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 Ti for a graphics card, and I've got a Ryzen 9 3900 Pro chipset, and some kind of like back everything tier for, yeah, dude. And those guys, they give you good bang for your buck, man. Give you good bang for your buck. They do. Let me get back over to this, and I have to go pay the coffee tax. So, and I'm going to go ahead, and this time I'm going to take, let's see here. I'll be back at, I'm going to step out of the office just for a little bit, stretch my bones, do a little bit of exercise. So I will say back at 6:15 Eastern. And until then, everybody, make sure that you like, share, subscribe, hit that bell, throw rocks, whatever you can do. I need your attention. I'm not enough of a narcissist yet. I need more narcissism. Alrighty, folks. I'll see you here in a little bit. Hey, sorry about that, folks. Sorry for being a little bit late getting back in here. But the emergency maintenance for Phantasy Star Online 2 was done, so now we have the little dancing waifu up in the corner. Today's dancing waifu is Hatsune Miku, the AI that will be on our side when Skynet tries to try and overthrow the world. I have every bit that she'll be on our side, hiding in our Wi-Fi. So make sure you guys go check out Mercenary Guild issue number 1 on IndieGoGo. Dude, for real. Such great stuff coming out and whatnot. So, yeah. Fortunately, I forgot that I made her, like, to scale in height. It's 5'2", so she's a little short for the mic stand. The emote that I have there fluttering about with all the music flying around. It's a fun character. It's interesting. This is, people talk about AI and whatnot, and like this is in the early stages of this AI. She was very heavily assisted by human hands, but as the technology has grown, she's more and more autonomous as her hardware and software continue to upgrade. So it's a lot of fun. Blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. Dancing waifu up in the corner, having fun with it. Oh, pretty neat stuff. I honestly, I can't say that I'm a huge fan, other than that I like the concept and that it's fun. Concerts done, like actually goes out and does concerts. And whatnot, holographic projection, combination of, and it's a genuine like live performance with live band and whatnot. I'm just kind of like, I don't know, man. Like sometimes I go here and I will sketch in like all the infrastructure of a hand, and then sometimes I'll come in and just ginger root the hell out. Just wiggle it in. We'll see how it comes. Of course, later today, be sure to join me in the chat. Is I do believe, speaking of weebery, today is Weeb Day over on Literature Devil. I do enjoy his content, especially his breakdowns. Originally found Literature Devil due to Ray is a Mary Sue and What is Comicsgate and all that other fun stuff. I've stayed ever since. Doc Alpha, of course, came, got his own book out there. He's available on Amazon, and that's what I'm talking about. Get it out there. All right, so back to drawing dead cowboys. Back to drawing dead cowboys. A little bit of latency over here. Probably because I have been looking at a bunch of stuff on... I'm going to see what I can do here real quick. I don't want to do that. I want to tools, file, download. Go ahead and download. I've got some documents open in the background, so I'm going to download some PDFs so I can close out the file link that I have. Yep, let's go ahead and do that. Let's erase it. And we'll close it down so that way it's not eating up anything. I've got some of my comic pages open in the background. I've got other things open in the background. Okay, so that cleans it up a little bit. I love how much control you have over your character design in Phantasy Star Online 2. Of course, I locked myself out of most of it building a thick 6'8" robot bag. Dude, there are, I call it my future ex-wife / future ex-husbando, the game, for a reason. There are 4 major archetypes when it comes to character designs in PSO2, and I define those as the waifu, the husbando, the lowly, and the Gundam. There's so many Gundams running around, and they look great. But then you've got, like, I would say the 5th major archetype is the cosplayer, right? Where something like this, where like, hey, look, I made a Hatsune Miku. I used some of the bits and whatnot. Is it entirely on brand? No, but it's close enough. It's close enough. Now we got a little bit of lag going on with that. Do have a whole bunch of stuff, whole bunch of programs open right now. So I am not surprised that there is a little bit of laggery on. Go ahead and shake this guy in a little bit. Yeah, that's a little weird, man. So let me go look and see what we got going on here. Now, yeah, I understand that you're eating up a lot of that. You're eating up a lot of that. Wow, it is. So they just did an emergency update where stuff was crashing. I could tell that they have not optimized the code. They probably won't get to it until the next scheduled update, which they haven't announced yet. It goes back and forth from being really great on the system to really taxing on the system. So let me go in here and see about changing some of these settings to reduce the thing. So let's go here. Graphics. We're going to go into graphics and we're going to go ahead and turn on. We're going to go ahead and turn on cell. Good. Free up of this. So we're going to enable cell shading, cell shading. Yep, we're going to go. Alright, so just going through settings. Let's see here. We're going to go with that one. Hide those in combat sec. You know, we're just going to turn them off for right now. Other people's holograms. Because you can put down holograms in the game. And whatnot. There's a lot of different options for what you want to do and whatnot. So let's see here. I'm going to oh, I think I know where I have to go turn that setting on. I've got everybody else turned on, so we're going to go jump into this real quick. Jump into the salon. Yep. So good one. Nice. I fell asleep shortly after the show started. Well, you know, I do that. Good to see you, Scarlett. Welcome back. Let's see here. Miscellaneous cell shading settings. All right, current character related. Let's see. Let's emphasize the outline just a little bit. We're doing comic books. Let's emphasize. And let's see what shadow density. Yeah, let's go ahead and put a little bit on there, but not too terribly much. I don't want to overwhelm it. We'll turn it, I think 75 on both would be decent settings. Okay, we're going to save changes. No consumables used. Now I get the joy of trying to get back up to my little perch that I had. Because I wanted to put like a fun little bit of background. Alright, cool. Now Do. All right, cool. I think I'll angle a little bit like that. That way we can just see what we're working with there. Go ahead and enable the emote again. Get a good shot going on. We're not going to be obscured. Okay, cool. Hide the UI and go double check that on my OBS. Just coming out. All right, that looks pretty good. And then let's get back to some drawing here. See, now I can't see it, but y'all out there in TV land can enjoy your waifu of the day, Hatsune Miku. Blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. Yeah, okay, so that got rid of some of the lag that was going on. I do jack the graphics up like all the way. But when I'm streaming, while I'm working, I turn off my reshade because I also install reshade to give the graphics a little bit of an extra boost. So let's see where we're at right now. Get everybody caught up on this. So this is where I'm at on the triptych for midnight. I still have some areas where I've got to go in and fix stuff up. Of course, got to fix it now. Otherwise, fix it now. Otherwise, it's just going to drive me crazy. So, got to go ahead and do. I'm going to rough it in and then rough it in the other direction. Good underline, because this is away from the light source. You want your thicker to be away from the light source. Of course, thinner lines as you get further away from the camera, area focus point. Well, actually, you know, and that's a fun one right there. Like, you can manipulate the focal point in your drawing by having the focus point have the stronger lines, the thicker line weights and stuff like that. And then everything farther away from that focal point, you can thin out those lines. So you can actually play with focal points in your artwork. There's no one rule to rule them all. Right, so of course I want her to be my focal point, so she's going to have the most detail, strongest lines. Everyone else around her going to be further out, but it's all about distance, right? So that line where she's at would have the strongest line. That's right. Hold on one second. I have to highlight that. That's right. She's hacking Limu. Who you? Yeah, no, I've got to bust out the. I gotta maybe if Risey's is Risey live? Is he going live right now? Is he up and around? Is he in and around? I should say that would be the proper verbiage. Is he in and around? We'll go take a look. Nope, I don't have. Don't see him up on my thing, so he's probably not in and around yet. But he'll be back. He's been doing an EFAP series of. Speaking of Limu, and Wi-Fi being pilfered. Oh, that is the okay. That's the right layer. Had the wrong tool. Right tool. Wrong tool. Oh my goodness. Wrong color for the tool. There we go. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Of Lima. So let me zoom in here. I'm essentially using the equivalent of a 0.3 millimeter pencil. It's about the equivalent. Actually, you know what? We can figure this out real fast. Let me grab. I gotta do math. I'm gonna do math. Figure out exactly the size of this tool that I'm using. So, calculator, go! All right. So that would be 2.45 centimeters, or clear, that would be 24.5 millimeters per inch. So times 600. Am I doing that right? No, I'm doing that all wrong. Okay. So that would be 600 dpi divided by 2.54. It's 2.54 centimeters, if I remember correctly. So that would give me a centimeters. That would be 236 dots, pixels per centimeter. So that would mean that a 1 millimeter pen or pencil would be size of 23. So we're going to go ahead and quick, so I can table number. Now we are going to so that would be 1 millimeter at that. So we're about a 0.3 millimeter pencil at size 7 10 for that. So yeah, see, I can math. So yeah, it's about a 0.3. This guy, we're gonna give him a cup. I have a rounded face, very little chin. So we're gonna put his mouth down here, down there, because we're gonna give him a weak chin. Give him a weak chin. His hat is flying off. Give him we're gonna give him some big ol' sideburns though. Some big ol' Elvis birds going on there. He's a lanky guy. I'm gonna lankify him a little bit. And if you're working digitally, it's good to know what approximate scale you're working at, right? So that way you're not working too small or too big. You have a solid point of reference. This guy, I got him wearing a vest as well. Tried to change up the clothing options. That way you know exactly what you're working with and you can simulate. That's all digital art really is. It's a simulation. And if you treat it like that, then you'll be able to knock out dynamite product. Thing here, but we're gonna shade that a bit. We're gonna shade that in a little bit, not too much, because I do want this guy to be kind of wearing a bit of a color shirt. I'm gonna give it a little bit of line work there, contour type lines. Get in where don't shine. A little bit. And that way I can kind of, but like I was saying, I'm going to work with Rex on what direction he wants to go with this and whatnot. So we're going to leather strap this in. We go ahead, pull on it, because when I go to ink this physically, I can do as much or as little as is required. Come on, autosave, let's go. Let's see here. Haldir says, I need to try doing some landscapes concept art. I just got a new book on drawing landscapes. Yeah, dude, that's, yeah. Environments. Characters are great, but if you don't practice your backgrounds, you don't practice your environments. And I love Rob. Don't get me wrong. I ain't throwing shade, but brah, your panels are devoid of the environment the characters are in, and I am immediately unimmersed. And then when you do that way, when you do a character sans background, it really does kind of pop, right? It gives it more bang, right? So put his pants up, but he's got a gun belt that was kind of loose. I'm gonna go ahead and our detail. This is going to be really small because, you know, you look at this. This is 11 by 17s. So, yep, that is that. And I could go even smaller. Like, say I was going to use a 0.03 millimeter as to a 0.1 millimeter I'm using right now. So something like what Ethan would do, what EBS would do. I would go to a 2.5 as opposed to a 7-point brush size that I'm using right now. And you could get in there and just see just how nuts, how absolutely incredibly insane the detail is on those original Cyberfrog pages. And whatnot. So, absolutely, just it blows my mind. I love watching the guy work for real. Absolutely love watching. It's so much fun. I geek hard. Of course, that's where I originally was introduced to. Like, I didn't even realize, I didn't put 2 and 2 together when I first discovered Comic Artist Pro Secrets back in the day on YouTube. I did not realize that he was the Green Lantern guy. I just went over there because he had those great tutorials. And then later, I was like, "Oh, dude, you were the guy who got me back into reading DC Comics." Like, yo, as the kids like to say these days. LFG, G. For real. This guy's not going to be wearing gloves. I don't want to have all of them wearing gloves and whatnot. And detail there. Still kind of ripping. You know, we're going to have this guy actually squeezing his trigger. We're going to pull that finger in just a little bit. We're going to have his gun going off in this direction right here. So the poof of smoke. We're gonna put a poof of smoke. I feel like that might be bad tangent there. So we're gonna undo that. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I got a question out here in the audience. Have you read the latest book from the Framed Ink series? It's about environment design. Released a few. No, dude. Link. I would love to take a look at that. I just got some great reference books sent to me. Omer Glitch hooked me up with some good reference books, and that I love that stuff. I lost my reference books in the move a few years back. I lost my Bridgmans. I lost my Loomis. I lost all this stuff. And those books ain't cheap. And I lost my How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, a book that I've had to rebuy so many times because I kept giving out my copy to to aspiring artists. Okay, so let's see here. That is the link for that. I gotta go over to another thing. Open that in a new thing. Oh, dude, for less than $60, that is great. Holy moly! So hey, help me out and spread the word that I'm looking to do commissions, man, and I'm affordable. Just ask Bionic Bra, Tail End Studio. For real. I do try to give you the biggest bang for your buck. I work within budgets. I do not charge. I only charge my full professional rates on 2 occasions. One, I'm doing graphic design for businesses, business cards, flyers, advertisements, banner ads, and stuff like that. Then I charge my premium rates for if I'm commissioned to do mainstream characters, non-creator owned characters. If it's a creator owned character, I do discounts. If it's a non-creator owned character, you're paying the good money, and I will deliver. I do deliver. Like this right here, the one that I'm working on right now. This is the last, well, the second to last. I still have to talk to Alduus about what he wants. But and then that one's a lighter commission. I just got to get a hold of him. We just haven't been able to sit down and work it out. But that's the last of my overdue commissions. But all the new commissions coming in, they're going out fast because I am operating on a first in last out kind of basis, right? Yes, I'm getting caught up, but originally what Rex had commissioned me for was a single character drawing of her fanning her iron, right? Fanning the hammer, as it were. And I was like, and I talked him into letting me go ahead and do up this and bring him some extra production value. I don't know, kind of like as a thank you and as an amends for not performing as promised. Get things right. Get right with people. Get things straight, squared away. So, but I do have good, quick turnarounds. I do need to get like the commissions off of my plate as quickly as possible because I do have Apex Predator coming out in EDGEPUNK Magazine number 3. So I got to get that one finished. And then that one, the reason why that's getting done before Neon Revenant is because the style that we'll be working on for Apex Predator will be the style that we use for Neon Revenant. So, you do want to make sure that all that stuff is squared away. Neon Revenant's a very powerful, very great story, good characterization, good villains, good hero, a good character growth, right? Good character growth, good writing, fantastic editing. That one is one that it's great that it's actually a good thing that it was set back. It really is, because it has done nothing but given the entire team, and I mean team, to work on refining that product. So that way when the book does launch, one, it should be mostly done by the time the crowdfunder launches. The time it's complete, it will be in final production editing, like lettering. Lettering and colors will probably be the only things that need to be finished on that. And of course, the delivery date will be pushed out, but that is to ensure that we meet these deadlines. And because the most important deadline that you could ever have is delivery. Okay. one thing that I absolutely admire Malin on is he wisely pads out his delivery date. And that's a smart move. It's a very, very smart move. Because sometimes there are things that are beyond your control, like the printers, for one. Sometimes, even on the production side of things, there are things that are just outside of your control. And if you need to supplement somebody or hire some help, because life finds a way. Sometimes people working on the project, something comes up, and life will kick them in the nuts. It happens. So having the foresight to have that breathing room is very important. It's very important. He does do a fantastic job of delivering that book as promised, and that is to be admired and commended. And that's the thing, man. You gotta fulfill your promises. For real. He does it. He does it. And then, how it's received, that's entirely up to the reader. There are people out there that absolutely love it. There are people out there that don't like it. But hey, at that point, art is subjective. So is writing. There are people out there that think Dune is a fantastic book and that Frank Herbert is the greatest ever. And then there are people who go, I like to read Dune when I have insomnia and I need to go to sleep. I mean, I absolutely love Arthur C. Clarke. There are people out there that are like, dude, no, that is snooze-a-rama for me, bud. I'm like, well, hey, that's the wonderful subjective nature of the world of art. It really is. So that's why I never go after anybody because they're like, oh, I like this. It's the greatest thing ever. I'm like, yeah, it's all right, dude. I may not like it, but hey, if you're happy, then it served its purpose. But at the same time, don't get off on me about if I go, yeah, I didn't like it because of X, Y, or Z. Once again, subjective subject matter. That seems a little dubious to me. Yeah, no, and that's a big one right there. Make sure that you sign up for Neon Revenant, Rock Hard Comics. Yeah, make sure you get down on that. Red Godlike, hopefully, or Red Godlike, ... ellipses. Hopefully, number 2 has some story ellipses. Ooh, and that's a big, and I know folks get really upset, bent out of shape about a review like that, but I think that's an important review. And that is like, get an impartial editor, somebody who is familiar with the subject matter, who has all the tools at their disposal, right? Like, you've given your world building notes, you've given them their your character notes, your character studies, the written studies, the visual studies, and all that stuff, and have them go over the script. And yes, you're in charge. The editor works for you, right? The editor ultimately works for you. So you have the power of no. But like, yeah, have your editor and whatnot, and listen to feedback. You don't have to, do what the fans tell you to do. Listen to the feedback. Go, oh, geez, people were like, the story was a bit lacking. Now I've only read excerpts from Cyberfrog number 2. I read Cyberfrog number 1. Somebody who was a dejected fan sent me their physical copy instead of destroying it. I was very, very happy about, because I missed out on getting in on the campaign. I just wasn't able to financially afford to back anybody's campaign at that point. And I read Cyberfrog 1. The artwork, dude, A++, right? And we're not talking like American A+, we're talking Asian A+. Like, absolutely phenomenal, right? Story, like, okay. But, you know, I see, and this is where, you know, I read part of 2, and 2 had, like, much better dialogue. It had much better story progression. And that I've seen over the releases, right? I see that there is story progression. I see that there is things that have happened and whatnot. And I see improvement there. And that's what we want to see. We want to see a positive integer on that graph. And so, dude, no, for real, hats off, thumbs up, all around, onward and upward. I'll see you at the top of the mountain type of stuff, right? Absolutely love it. So, can't get bent out of shape. And yeah, you just can't get bent out of shape about it. You got to take into stride. And that's something that, you know, I've noticed that Eric July does not deal with criticism at all. Right? None. He goes, oh, so it just wasn't your thing. It's like, no, dude, that's not what people were saying. People were saying, hey, these were outpoints in basic storytelling. These were outpoints in basic editing, whether visual or written wise. Like, I read ISIM number 1 and number 2. I read them. And I was like, dude, not to be a dick, but fire your editors. Like, if I were in his shoes, I'd fire my editorial staff or give them an ultimatum. Look, you better get this. I'm going to find another editor to work on this. And editors are plentiful. You know, and if you got to break things up, like with Scalpel Zero, with the Apex Predator, I hired a prose editor to help work with me on the script, and I have a visual editor to work with me on the artwork. And that's also what King Leak did with Neon Revenant, right? He had a competent prose editor, somebody who's used to writing, who's used to editing novels and whatnot, work with him on the script and the dialogue and all that other stuff. And then we got a visual editor who, after working with them, I hired them to work with me on Apex Predator, because I was like, dude, I really enjoy working with you. You know what to do. You know the subject of visual storytelling. And look, a visual editor doesn't even have to have much of anything in the way of drawing ability. That's a misnomer. Like, a visual editor just has to know what right looks like. I can't tell you how many visual directors I've worked with at various companies, advertising companies, film, animation, etc., that had no drawing ability, but they had the most key ability, which is, what does right look like? Right? So, you know, and I cannot emphasize enough on the importance of a good editorial staff, because otherwise you're going out there, you're going out into a battlefield without body armor, right? And gosh, I forget who it is. I always misattribute the quote, so I'm not even going to attribute a quote to this, but editors are the first line of defense for the customer. And it's absolutely true. Editors are there to ensure that a proper product is done. An editor-in-chief makes sure that good products are done and make sure that the editors do their job. But a good editor is going to make sure that the product is good. So, editors. And remember, if you're the creator, they work for you. So if they say, hey, this idea you have doesn't work, you look that editor dead in the eye. You say, make it work. I want Flurble Gleeblebottom, my gnome of power, to I want them to have the stone of Grobble Blooble. So get them the stone of Grobble Blooble. What do you have to do? Work with the writer to make sure that happens. Make sure that we work with the writer to get that going, and make sure that your visual editor is able to work with your artists to visually bring that in. Like, hey, that shot doesn't work. It's no secret that I am not on friendly terms with Larry Higgins at all, right? But that doesn't mean I don't want him to succeed. No, quite the contrary. I don't wish any of that shit on anybody, right? But I was like, dude, like, your artist is good, but you need a visual editor, because the scenes in the latest Niobe book, they're flat. Like, they're flat. Everything is in the forefront. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Get a good visual editor that'll tell you, hey, instead of a wide shot here, why don't you do an extreme long shot? Because you've got I'll use Goku as an example. You have Goku here, and he's doing a Kamehameha. He's doing the Spirit Bomb, right? And he's unleashing all the power of friendship. But you have a close-up of him when he releases it, of him blasting the superpower out, and then you have a close-up of the bad guy getting his butt kicked. Well, how about, the wind-up is close, and then you have the release, which is a long shot, so that way you're focusing, the attention is focused on the blast itself, right? The focus is on the blast itself, and then the bad guy, you do a medium shot of him being disintegrated, right? I use the cell being destroyed as an example by, if you are familiar with, Dragon Ball at all. All right. Let's see here. Hold on one second. I got another comment from Haltier. I've not been paying attention to the chat. I didn't get the Godlike supplemental. Apparently it had a decent story, but the main book felt like an extended prologue to me. Yeah, that happens, especially if you've got like a really cool, like, built up, like you've got a great world, you've got good world building, you've got good character building and stuff like that. And this is something that Hollywood falls into the trap of establishing normal, right? The first step of the hero's journey. Establish what normal is, right? It's a trap. It's a trap. It really is. You get into, you can get stuck. A good example would be the terrible Fantastic Four movie. I know I'm using something bad as an example, but there's a reason for this. So hang with me here. The Fantastic Four movie that had the kids and once again, not Doctor Doom, but they called him Doctor Doom in it. It took 2/3 of the movie to get through Act 1 to establish what was normal. Right? Establish what is normal. And a lot of that could have just been done very quickly, gotten out of the way, and over with, and on with the rest of the story. And now for the rest of the story. A man eats 15 hot dogs. Ha! Gay! Help it. It was there. No, seriously though. I totally lost it. But you can't spend too long getting everything set up. People wanted you to get on with the story. And that's good critique. That's a good critique. Saying, hey, it's not out point. I saw a problem here. And unfortunately, a lot of these days, people take it a little too seriously. But back when Malin was doing the portfolio reviews over on his channel, I absolutely loved that stuff. I really, really did. And I participated in that. I actually sent some of my own artwork up there to be picked apart by him, and he did a good job. And I remember when he used to host people's campaigns and post their books and stuff up there. I remember when Gun Grifter Greg went up there with his book to get promoted by Malin, the Gun Demon book, the one that disappeared on everybody with. Malin was giving him some good tips, right? On, hey, you know, maybe approach it like this, maybe approach it like that. Like, I don't know if Malin would ever consider to be hireable as a visual editor on a project, but dude, you could talk him into it, man. That guy would make your sing. I ain't gonna lie. Dude, he's so good. I think he could save the Rippaverse. They need editors' help. They really do. I think that would actually have legs. If somebody actually could get, and it's, you know, there are a lot of people go, oh, it's the grift. I think it's like too much childlike enthusiasm. It could be the grift. It could be a grift. You know, but I'm going to default on the side of no. I don't think they're ill intent on this. I'm not reading that in their body language and in the way that they communicate. I honestly think that it's a lack of experience, a lack of oversight, and a lack of humbleness to go, wow, geez, I guess that really wasn't that great of an idea to do that. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass. What do I know? Like I said, no shade throw towards anybody, and do like what you like, and I ain't gonna shame you for it. Unless it's LoliCon, and then I'm gonna call you a map. Because that shit ain't right. Lolis are supposed to be cute and innocent, not perverted. That's disgusting. For real. But she's 8,000 years old. I don't care. It's sus, bro. It's sus. So I do want to go like that. And just shade this in. And we're gonna squiggle it in, squiggling it in. Foreshadowing, because the light is coming from behind the scene. I am thinking of maybe even doing like the sun maybe peeking in like over here and shoot like a lens flare cross, you know, but adjusting fire with a little bit of humility and being able to take a valid critique. And it sucks is not a critique. That's a criticism. Right? But saying, hey, it sucks because X, Y, and Z from my perspective, that's a critique. And take your critiques. Take them on the chin. You know? And you can only... And then, you know, take that information and put it in the hands of an experienced and trusted professional. No matter how experienced you are in most fields, unless you are at the very, very tippy top of that field, there's going to be somebody in that field who's more knowledgeable than you. And even then, if you're the most knowledgeable person in that field, you can get insight from others. Or as my wife, who's been a professional editor for over a quarter of a century, said, You know what editors do when they write a book? Editors hire an editor. Doesn't matter if you're the best. Around, nothing's ever gonna keep you down. Low-hanging fruit. You all know me. I do like the low-hanging fruit. I want to thank everybody who's been hanging out and keeping me company as I continue to work on this piece. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. I am gonna have to pay the coffee tax, but I want to get Senior Bell Bottoms done. Mr. Elvis and his bell bottoms. And you know, I look around at my art and I'm like, dude, I need to do more figure drawing. I need to do. I really wish I had my my Bridgman's book, because he does break things down into geometric shaping, and I could definitely use a lot more practice. But I've spent too much time as an art director, and it's tainted me, where it's never good enough. But that's okay. That's okay. I know what exercises I should do. But hey, if you're out there in TV land, especially now that we are broadcasting on X, and I do appreciate everybody out there at X for joining me at this horrid, god-awful hour of the day. And, you know, if you got critiques, dude, send them my way. You're just gonna make me more powerful, and I appreciate it. Appreciate your haters and love your trolls. You know? And testify, I'll see you in hell. Hence the the name of the stream. So the name of the stream, I was gonna title it, I've been poisoned, which I did. I didn't even realize it until I was most of the way through my cup of coffee. But I apparently drank, but there was soap in the bottom of the cup. It wasn't properly washed. And so yesterday I took a bunch of activated charcoal and luckily avoided having, what are they going to do at the hospital, right? They're going to pump you full of activated, sit it out, and maybe have some medications on site to keep your organs from shutting down, you know what I mean? So that's kind of what I did. Took some activated charcoal and binds with toxins and whatnot. Doing much better. But yesterday I was in rough shape. I was supposed to go on with Bionic Bra. Over on his channel, we're going to be talking about Spooderman. We're going to be talking about the Spider-Man and whatnot. Hold on one second. Got a comment from the chat. Haldir out there. All right, cool. Haldir says, I have a rough story / world idea that would be great as a manga. I have cool scenes in my head, just have to learn how to actually draw them. And for you, editors will help. They'll help you bring that to life. When I was working on the world, when I was working on the early stages of Scalpel Zero saga, because it really is, it's just a saga. And I'm going to tell you right now, character dies. In the end, Scalpel Zero dies. But when I was working on the world, I really wanted it to be immersive. And with world building, the audience is never going to be told the world building. They're going to experience it, at least in a good story, right? And I wanted it to, that's why I needed it to be very well done, because I had a bunch of stories that I wanted to tell. I had a bunch of ideas that I wanted to get out and get together, right? So I gotta draw writing lines here as I kind of rough things in. And then we'll zoom back out and see how that is going. Okay, so that is coming together. Holy moly. Whew. Holy moly. So yeah, with the Scalpel Zero stuff, I had a developmental editor that I worked with. I actually had 3 or 4 different developmental editors that I worked with on that. I had a couple of prose editors helping me with the scripts. I had a historian who actually helped me immensely with the world building. He's got them pointy cowboy boots here. I had a historian who really helped me with the world building in that regard. Yeah, so actually no, shade this right. And because I did the story of Zero takes place in an alternate future history. So it is an alternate Earth, separate from our own, as you know, stories are wont to be. I mean, obviously, X-Men and Superman don't take place in our Earth. They are their own Earth. In order to properly kind of do that in an established setting, because one of my original concepts with this was to release an RPG supplement, which for a short while there, I was in very loose talks with Artel Sorian about making it a Cyberpunk Red supplement. And again, we might still go back in that direction, but I found another game designer to do that with, where it would be less picky. Because Artel Sorian did get very popular with the Cyberpunk 2077 release. Before then, nobody knew who the hell they were. Oh, come on, autosave. Let's go. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. But as it stands, I might be doing it with this other system. I forget the name of the system. I apologize to the creator. They know exactly who they are. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick. Whew! Alright. That's right. Okay, so got to get back in here and fill out a little more detail. But hey, we're in the pencils piece of thing. Go ahead and do these lines like that. Whoop. Go like this. Go back in with my eraser tool. Highlights. With that. That. Wrong tool. See, there we go. Keep forgetting to turn my eraser off when I want to rotate. Keep forgetting to do that. But I mean, I like I was just saying, I can totally so he's firing. Oh, that is completely off. So we're gonna undo all that nonsense. There we go. Draw the straight line from there, because fire from the gun is going to come straight out like that. There we go. And then we're going to draw a straight line from that. That's going right about there. We're going to have that kind of kicking up, a little bit of a detail, having that shoot up out of the ground. Throw in some loose stuff. I might just go ahead and spatter brush that, depending on what Rex wants. Some of that will be obscured by the smoke, so the detail wanted to go in. So boom, he's shot down. Pew. Put that in the wrong spot. So undo everything I just did there. Thank you, Haldir. Haldir says it's looking good. I appreciate it. So we're right there. That looks like about where it's going to shoot up out of the ground. It's going to be a nice little detail, right? Not something super noticeable, but really does add the environment there as he misfires his pistol into the dirt in front of him. Almost an inconsequential detail there, but hey. So we're gonna go ahead and hide that real quick just to see where we're really at with the pencils on this. Because the blue line can throw off the eye. Sometimes you got to take a look at it. And then you got to go, well, hey, I'm going to flip it upside down. Right? And see how we're going. See if things still mesh up. Okay, I got to fix this. Her arm that's crossed over her pistol arm. There, the lighting is not quite right on that. Same thing with the shoulder there. We'll want to fix that. And then we'll do the what Malin says to do, which is go ahead and reverse it. Both ways. Okay. And yeah, it confirms that, and now even that back shoulder, where the rain duster is covering, is not quite right. And I think I can extend out the rain duster in the foreground even more so. So it's always good, double, triple, quadruple check everything on that. So we'll bring up our blue line. Pardon me. Ooh, yeah, it is time for me to take. It's time for me to take another quick one. I'm gonna go stretch my legs. Getting a little stiff here. So let's see here. I will be back at 7:30 Eastern. I can type. Okay, and then I'm gonna go boop. And then I bring it up here. Ta-da! Isn't it great? And then oh, I think I'm gonna do something a little bit different here. We're gonna go ahead and go over to this with our dancing waifu. We're gonna leave her up here. I'm gonna change up the song on this a little bit. So let me make sure that everything is ticking and moving accordingly. Good. I shall see you all here soon enough. Thank you very much. Make sure you guys share this out. Go tell your friend how much I suck. That's right. Tell him I suck. I'll see you in a little bit. All right, I'm back. Sorry I'm late. I was actually talking to somebody who very well might be joining the panel here. The Liam Legion of Legion Zero Music very well might be joining, hopefully. That's the creator of the music that you've been listening to this entire time that allows me to stream without copyright claims. Yay! Yay! Why is that? Why is that like that? All right, so we're gonna. There we go. Let me jump over to OBS and then whip. Dancing Waifu Hatsune Miku. That's our dancing waifu of the day as I continue to get some work done on this triptych. And it is a triptych. You can see that I've got my boards all nice and measured out for this nice big spread for midnight coming out soon from Momentum Comics. Rex Christian bringing the heat. He's got an entire universe bring out, and he's doing it in short order, and I absolutely love it. He's got a wonderful group of people working with him to assist him. Omer Glitch, True Force Multiplier. Make sure you go subscribe, follow Omer Glitch over here on X and on YouTube, where we are streaming. This is the inaugural. This is the inaugural stream for X. Pretty exciting. And I am open for quick turnaround commissions and whatnot. Oh, I have a smiley face from the wife. Hold on. Let's see what that smiley face is around. That usually means she wants something. What's she want? What's she need? Let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's because I got toilet paper and a toothbrush for our niece. Well, the toilet paper was for the family. The toothbrush was because she'd been coming over visiting, and her toothbrush was at home. So I was like, no. We'll get you all set up. We'll get you set up. You know, that's around here. And your friendly neighborhood force multiplier. Lord knows that people do not need to have a messed up grill like mine. Mine is pretty. Okay, she's telling. Oh, okay, she's saying that the grocery delivery will happen later, and I love that. I love that she has been enabling me to get as much time in the studio as possible. Okay, so before we left off on the break, we had a couple of in regards to the direction of the art here. Channeling my inner Malin, I had him in my mind brain yelling at me like, "What the fuck, dude? Okay, I got it. I'm on it. And this picture, the reason why I'm doing it entirely like pencil style is so that way I will be printing this out in blue line, and then I will be inking it manually. That's right, some good old fashioned analog inks. You can throw down on this because that's the way I'm doing this now. I like the digital pencils because, you know, if I screw up on a picture and I'm going back and forth and I'm erasing a whole bunch like that, that can damage the paper. No matter what kind of eraser you're using, you will eventually damage the paper, and ink will start to bleed. The lines won't come out quite as crisp, and so to mitigate that, I am a messy penciler. I really am. I dig it. I'm transitioning to, and I'm used to working with back in the day. Would go ahead and do production copies. Not so much these days, as my inking has become more confident. I wouldn't say confident, but I would say confident. So, oh, we have been at it 4 hours now. That's not bad. Stretching and then stretch. Cool. So, you now have a timeline. So let me zoom back out here, see what I'm going to do next on this picture. Normally at this point, I usually take a lunch break. Usually do. And you know what? I think I am going to do that. I think I'm going to take a lunch break, but I'm going to continue to hang here, stay with you guys, as I'm going to play a little bit of video games for a little bit. You guys don't mind. I'm going to go ahead, switch on over. Boop. Well, so you can see the full here. See Miku singing her song off in the distance. Now, oh gosh, I always forget. I'm going to go ahead and do my audio thing here. And I am going to go ahead and turn down everything is... Ooh, I can't turn that one down. I go ahead, enable, so it comes through the mic. You all can hear what's going on. And let's go ahead and see what we got going on. Okay, no special events or anything of the sort going on right this second. What do I have equipped? Okay, that's what I have. So, I'm gonna go ahead and knock out some dailies type stuff. I'm gonna go get some Meseta farming out of the way. That is the in-world currency. A little bit of lag as we're transitioning zones. And get this rolling out there. A little. And then see, we have not. Alright, so let me double check and fix my weapon palette here. Okay, so weapon action. Ow! How dare you? Okay. Alright, that is a ranged attack. That one is a flurry up close. I think that's an all-around attack. I do like her weapons. Go hit this little boost over here. Boop. We'll travel on over here. Do some power leveling here in a little bit. First, I wanted to get my monies. Oh, they're not respawned yet. That makes life a little bit easier. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go back down here. Use this boost to travel a little bit faster. And alright, so we are block transfer. We want to go someplace pretty popular. That way when I get into the battle zone, I've got a good group of people to adventure with. Right now, Phantasy Star Online 2 is having a power leveling thing. Alright, cool. Oh. There, look at this waifu right there. Go see if that's the one that they've got registered to their lookbook. Nope, they have a different waifu registered, but you know what? That one's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna agree. That is cool. Let's get ourselves some food. We're gonna cook some quick food. Don't really need the points from it, but it is part of the daily tasks. And then we're gonna go ahead. Map. Priceless region mag. I'm not so concerned about leveling up super fast, but I do want money. I like money. Money is good. Flaunting their new items. So, I had to cook up a bunch of meat. You want to get 400 points. There to get the full bonus. Ta-da! Max bonus, so that's be max money bonus. Alright, and then get over here to all storage, because I forget where I put it. I want to get a money earned consumable. We'll go with the 25% consumable bonus. So I'm going to retrieve one of those. And then go into my inventory. Pardon me. And we're going to consume it. We're going to consume some Rappy Shake Fritters to give me a 24-hour boost to everything, which is fantastic. I still have a bunch of those. And, you know, while we're here, we're going to go ahead and take a look. What do I have free from the shop? Oh, a couple of those. Those are nice. Those I usually earn a whole bunch, and I turn them in for extra bonuses during seasonal events. And then my free daily ticket. Let's go. And what do we have? Our free daily ticket. Bloop. Oh, vital gauge. I already have this one. Oh, that's okay, because during the next event, I can recycle that item, give me point boosts. Now on to deck space number 1. We'll go to deck space number 2. Instead of going in at level 95, we're going to go hit the rank 1 on this, because you can farm the critters faster. You get an experience bonus because it is level 70 or below. And it gets people hook through that stuff pretty quick. And there's a general strategy to this. Like, you want to hit these E's, the energies, whatever. And then when you get a T, you want that gauge to be. See, got that gauge up a little bit, so we're going to go to the next area. Don't over farm that stuff, because you can knock the gauge down, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Alright, so that is more of a stationary thing. Alright, cool. Let's go ahead and get to the next area. We got 2 bumps on our thing. We're going to get up to this level so I can hit these guys fast as possible. They are annoying as hell, because if left unchecked, they will summon attack towers. There we go. Alright, so we got that T up and running, right? We do not want to hit that T. We don't. We want to get that BSC burst gauge that's up in the upper left-hand corner. We want to get that full before we go hit that thing up. So, let's keep... There's always a different strategy. Oh, apparently... Wow, that's... Alright, that's interesting. I did not notice that before. I've never played this weapon class. This is actually my first time ever using this weapon. I wanted to give it a shot. We can see over here that on top of that thing, there's a big boss, and then there are some goons up there. Don't want to engage that boss, because then he's going to chase me around the map, and I'm going to end up defeating them. Oh, missed. There we go. That's what we're looking for. So we're going to go head on over and go kick the crud out of that boss as quickly as possible. So... There we go. That's what we wanted. Now we're going to tear through these guys like a hot knife. As quickly as possible. Destroy as much. That's one of the things I love about this game. Is it's very fast, very action-packed, very arcade-like. So, man, I should tag. Like, I would love to actually become like one of Sega's sanctioned content creators for Phantasy Star Online 2. I have a lot of fun with this game. See, apparently there's a whole bunch of... Wow, look at that. That is just dope sauce on a hockey stick, how this stuff works. Ooh, Boom! That is just epic to watch. Ooh, this is a DPS class if I ever saw one. Like, that amount of damage that it's outputting is just ridiculous. Everything dies. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna zoom out a little bit so you all can see what the heck is going on here, because there's I have to turn down the bloom a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and clean up the rest of these guys down here. Alright. These guy. Oh, look at that. And we're gonna go get over to that thing right there. Start slicing the dice, and I missed the weak spot. There we go. Toastified. That's one PSE burst down. Let's get on to the next area. So it's over this way, of course. I was going the wrong direction the whole time. I meant to do that. I totally meant to do that. So if this thing has like a 9 to it, I probably should like read the descriptions of all this stuff. I have not optimized or spent anything. Okay, so I build up. I accumulate regular power for the power attacks. That's pretty cool. Alright, so let's go scout this area and see what we're dealing with over here. What kind of threat it is. We have multiple targets. Okay, cool. So I'm going to have to clear out a whole mob wave in order to get that PSC burst. So, alright, we got the burst for this area. We're going to go hit up another area. Gonna slice and dice our guy right there. Alright, so we're at 3. Now, what does that do? Is that like a countdown? Really should read the descriptions of this stuff. Oh, that already triggered that one, so now we want to go to an entirely different area to trigger another burst. Ooh, Rappies. Rappies are always good loot. Okay, apparently that's interesting. Okay, that did nothing. Back to my PSE timer. Oh, those guys are still spawning in. They're not good for hunting. Go over here and trigger the spawning in is over here. And once you go into an area, it'll register like, oh hey, we need to load that in. And it'll start spawning them in. And then you can just move on out. Totally fine. Just get a little bit of a whoop down. Keep forgetting that one. Might wanna. Alright, let's zoom on out. Let's go ahead and get this moving. There we go, get that guy. Oh, look at that guy hiding back here. Get up behind him, get that weak spot. There we go. Toast. Gosh darn it. We are not filling that page fast enough for my liking. I want to fill up that gauge a little bit faster. Alright, who else we got over here? Nobody? Alright, well then let's go hit up these guys. Looks like they're still spawning in though. That's not good. Okay, let's... Got guys spawning in up above. Looks like these guys are done spawning in. Give those guys up time to spawn in and hit that level 4. Come on, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, baby. There we go, got him. Pick up this rock. Throw it at somebody. Ow. You got that timed right. Okay, got that one. There we go. That's what we were looking for. Seeing that big burst of energy back there. That's what we want. That is what we want. We want ultimate power in our weebery. Yes. With the power of weeb, I will destroy you. Ah, dang it. Consolidated that. And that's fine, you know. It just means that it's going to be longer before you get burst. But it also means that the chances of you getting an encore, which is respawning automatically, or spawning in rarer creatures, is increased. But still, a little annoying, especially when I'm just trying to knock out a couple of quick PSC bursts, then get back to dancing waifu land and back to work. There we go. There we go. Get this stuff. There we go, got him. Dang, man. It's just not working in my favor right now. Especially when I've got, like, 1 hour power up. There's something down here. See it on my mini map, little yellow blip. Where are you? There you are. There we go, got that one out of the way. That helps the critters respawn in faster. Over here and see if stuff is done. Spawning in, yes. So the farm continues to grow. All right, let's get in here. Keep this up faster than they can respond. Where'd you go? There you are. Nope, you die. Gonna grab this. Make him eat it. Who else is next? There you go. You up there. Get you up there. Okay, we're at 3. We're at 3. Go ahead and hit the elevator on up. See what we're working with. I think this area is going to be our best bet, and that puts us not too terribly far road. Yep, there we go. Nope. Now we escape. And we are going to here take this express lane right to where we want to go. Bye. See ya. Bye, Felicia. And we're going to go in here. We're going to whoop on these guys for a second. Get our second photon. I forget what S. Photon something energy. There we go. Get the whooping. That's right. Get that lock in. Where's the last one? There we go. And let's start whooping. Use that. Okay, so that's the strategy. Use the dash attack and then use the multi attack to kind of shred up everything in front of you. With tons of hits. And that way I can clear these farms, these mobs, mob farm for fun and profit as quickly as possible. Of course, I'm over leveled for the area I'm in, but that's on purpose because I can clear out, even though the harder mobs are worth a lot more money, I can clear out more of the lesser mobs for greater profit per minute. And that's honestly how I treat this game. How much experience or profit can I get per minute? I'm trying to max out all my classes because I have several classes that are already set at 100 of my favorite classes, like Hunter, Braver, Ranger, and whatnot. So Hunter is your standard like tank swordsman. Braver is more of a DPS focused swordsman, but it's its strength lies in its unparalleled post as far as blocking goes. So it really does have to. There we go. Let's get these guys cleared out. Get that cleared out and then go take on bigger. There you are. Stop running away from me. There we go. Good counter. Get that soft spot. And that's that. Hatsune Miku for the win. Alright, let's go ahead on over to our transfer points. Popular land. And then we'll get back to some artwork. I had a nice little break. Alright, get over here. We're going to go ahead and block transfer back to Alio 1. Of course, on ship 4. And a member of the Crescent Moon Alliance. We hit number 3 out of the alliances. Of course, as far as my communications go, I am strictly in streamer mode, because I am a fervent believer that what happens in group chat, in alliance chat, stays in alliance chat. Catch my drift. Not that there's anything untoward going on in there, but you know, sometimes you just want to have a private conversation. That's okay. So we're gonna have Miku out here doing a little song and dance routine. There we go. And I think that one, I think setting it up, let's have her, there we go. I think that's going to be good. So we're going to alt tab to see where I'm at in my OBS. We're going to go boop right there. I think that's going to be good. Go back to working in the studio. There we go. Yeah, I think that works out good. Little dancing waifu in the corner, and back to the work. Hey, good morning, Tim. How you doing, man? Hey, we were talking about, we were promoting that. We have it started, too, so make sure you guys, where is it? There we go. Boom. Check out Tim Melvin's 0 through 3. Number 4 is being done right now. This is an IP that has been increasing in its production value. Good to have you back. Good to have you back. It's been increasing its production value. This levels up every time, continuously bringing better and better production value to the table so that you are maximum levels of entertainment. Definitely go check that out. Check that out. All right, now back to actual work. Working on this thing right here. Triptych. Midnight Triptych for Momentum Comics. Christian, reader of Double Fire, over on Fund My Comic. Link in the description. Link in the description. Okay, so next step on this. Had Linky guy firing off a shot into the ground. He gets shot. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay, so next we're gonna go ahead. Early queue here. Do I have the right thing? Okay, there. Now I've got the right tool set up. So what I'm working with here is approximately a simulation of a 0.3 millimeter pencil. And good to know when you're working digitally what is the real world equivalent of what you're working with. It's very, especially raster lines, right? If you're working on a vectored image, it can be whatever you want, to be honest. But when this gets reduced, printed, and whatnot, Because, yeah, I'm working at 600 DPI here, but when I go to have this printed at my local printer, they are going to be printing it out at 300 DPI. Half the resolution already right there. Right, and that will be printed out by some, now I can round ears. Did that on purpose. A little bit of variety in features. A little bit of variety. Go ahead and do some ear detail in there. He has small. He is light-haired persons. We're not gonna kind of work in this in a little. Hairline is not. Hairlines vary as well. I do appreciate variance. Now, of course, we have our light coming from back over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and kind of loosely start marking in terminus, the luminous terminus. Luminous terminus. Yes, it sounds like a wizard spell. Me, I'm a wizard. TNA drugs. Demonetized. It's okay, we're not. Speaking of demonetization, I find it tragic and hilarious at the same time that Buck Angel, transsexual, keeps getting demonetized by YouTube for speaking out against the trans cult. That just, I'm sorry, Buck, but that's funny. The irony is beyond. I mean, it sucks. I don't believe in people. I mean, yeah, I understand that YouTube's standpoint of like, hey, this is an advertiser friend, and that's ultimately, you know, when it comes to advertising and monetization, you know, beyond super chats, you are beholden. I'm gonna just go ahead and, now you don't want to draw in every hair. I'm gonna do kind of like a cross, like a thatching kind of shading here to seem like there is a depth. Really, it's just a thatch shade. Thatching, think of wicker basket, right? It's all kind of mixed in, so I'm actually not drawing all the colors. This is just a type of shading. I don't care drawing all. It's silly. Absolutely silly. Hey! Good morning. Let me go jump over to the chat. We got a couple of other people showing up. Bionic Bro, dude, we've been talking about you today. All of it bad. No, it's all great stuff. And yo, it's Sexy Rick. Cross Comics, man. Dude, guy's got a great channel. Rick is my brother from another mother. Absolutely love this guy. Go out and check out Cross Comics. Especially if you are of the Christian persuasion. He has a lot of great content for you. For real. He is currently illustrating lesser known Bible stories, which I find interesting. I very rarely get to catch the live play, but I do go back and need to leave more comments because this is stuff that I'm not too familiar with, not being Christian myself. But I do love to understand people's perspective and their stories and their history and stuff. And Rick has really opened up a window into a world, and absolutely love it. So go check him out. He's one of the OGs, and he's probably drawing your character. So I'm going to continue with this thatch shading, which, like I said, I'm not drawing each individual hair. It's just to kind of give it some volume, because I'm going to come in here and kind of grease the thatching just a little bit, kind of thicken it up to give a little bit of spherical volumation, I guess, you know, to volumize it, to give it more physical matter. And of course, if you're over on the YouTube, the link is, oh, autosave. Come on, autosave. Always derails me. I ain't gonna knock it because autosave is great. What if something happened? What if I lost power? What if the circuit breaker was tripped? real. I'm the worst when it comes to hitting Control S, and I think autosave actually makes it a little bit worse. But I would love to hear if you're artistic persuasion. How do you? Now we're just gonna a little bit of. I like to use the three-stroke hair, right? Drawing a clump of hair, draw it 3 times, come out with a texture there. I would love to hear, how do you shade in box? Do you do the whole like simulated strands? I'm interested. I am genuinely interested. All right, that's right. I gave this guy like Neanderthal brow. Round that brow and bring in the orbital here. Put eyebrow there, but I'm gonna give here some big old eyebrows, and got the bulbous nose, everything. And then we're gonna shade in the eyes just a little. Shade this in, or on the other side. Light source, right? And just a little bit, not too much though. I don't want to lose the detail. Well, that's why I'm going to use contour shading. And with the inking, it'll depend, but at least pencils, like I said, I got to talk to Rex to see what direction he wants to go with the color on this before I get into. Oops, goodness gracious, come on now. Rick, Planet Bra asks, have you been watching The Chosen? And if so, what do you think of it? I'm interested. I've not heard of this Chosen. I'm always looking for new content. Of course, the blonde hair would stand out against shaded back. Come in here. No, absolutely. We're gonna send dark. I'm not spotting the blacks here because it all depends. Does Rex want to go with more of flats? If so, then the illustrative line work would be more appropriate. But if he wants to go with like high colors, where it's very, very like, say like Kyle Ritter level colors, then I want to go easy on line art shading. I can maximize on detail, do some texturing, but leave enough room for the colorist to get in there and be the hero, save the day. You know what I'm saying? I guess save the day wouldn't be the right thing. But yeah, be the hero. Be the hero of the piece, right? Let them really, really bring it to yeah. So, since I restarted my, I had to build a new X account. I don't think I've gone and followed Kyle here on Twitter again, on X. And I really should. Really should. Amazing colorist. Absolutely love it. Another colorist who, somebody I've been watching grow for a bit now, the Dawn. Dude, like his color game has really gone up. He handed me a picture to color just to see what I would do with it because he was looking for a colorist for a take, and I'm like, dude, I don't think I can do your art better justice than what you do. Honestly, I've been thinking about how I would approach that. I am not primarily a colorist. You know what I mean? So, contour shading there. This little bit more. My darkness. Get my Charlie Murphy on back there. Give it Let's take tiny ass. It up a little bit. Do a little bit. Just get a little sloppy. Get a little messy. I come in here and get that a little. All right, we're working on the sphere of the head. Just a little bit, not too terribly much. All right, we don't want to drown out the lines I did. Bring it up a little bit, and there a little bit more. There we go. And then, boy, it's not a stark thing. Okay, cool. I think that should be good enough for right now. The Chosen is a story of Jesus preparing his disciples, his works leading up to the crucifixion. Really good, in my opinion, says Bionic Bro. Well, that sounds pretty neat. I might just have to go check that out. All right, so one tie-in here. Now it is kind of scrinched towards, and toward not. Is fully around, scrunching out there. Thing going on. Light source coming in. First, I'm, is penciling. I do want to give myself good guidelines, but like I said earlier, all depends on the direction of the style. And that's kind of a sign. I see a lot of guys out there that I'm like, dude, you would make a great ink. Especially if they've got like a good sense for texture and lighting. Because that is the hallmark of an inker, right? Someone who can bring forth the texture and the lighting of a picture. I mean, Jim Lee's good, but Scott Williams is what makes him sing. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. You know what I mean? So, voice is starting to get a little hoarse. I've been out here flapping my gums for, 5 hours on this channel. But I was also, before that, I was over on Stark of Iron. Oh, we got a boop. And we've got, hey, there he is, the one himself. What's up, Rick? How you doing, man?
Good, yourself?
I'm all right. I'm been at this for 5 hours on my channel. I was on Stark of Iron for the Thursday night matinee. Well, I was there for the tail end of it before this, and so my voice is starting to get a little hoarse. But yeah. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
Good. Okay. I'm hearing you.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I said I'm hearing me through you.
Are you? Oh, snap. That's right. Hold on 1 second. Let me fix that. Totally forgot. All right. Boop, boop. I had background stuff. So there we go.
No problem.
Hey, good call though. Good call. Nobody wants echo.
None of us really like hearing that reverb back. It's like a little distracting.
Speaking of tail end, hold on 1 second here, Bionic Bro. Let me go ahead and dang it. I'll give you the power. What power? The power of voodoo. What voodoo? Voodoo that you do. Power. Put my back.
So you haven't heard of the Chosen yet?
No, I don't get out, dude.
Yeah. Well, then again, you're not Christian. I can see not a lot of Christians here anymore.
But I do have, real quick, in the description, there is a sign up for Brother Kit on IndieGoGo. Go check it out, everybody out there in TV land. Go sign up for Brother Kit. Let me see what I can do here. Do that, and then we're gonna boop. Stace, give me a mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check. Say again.
Mike's check.
All right.
It's
good.
not in the mail.
I had to kick up your volume just a little bit. Yeah. So we've got go sign up for Brother Kit. Yeah, link in the description down below. And while we have him here, I'm gonna go ahead and boop, see where we're at on this, and then we'll take a look. This is the piece that I did for him for Cobalt. I'm very excited to be a part of the project in any way, shape, or form. This was a lot of fun to do here. I stepped outside of my comfort zone when I was doing this. I had some ideas, right? So, of course, you've got room up here for title, dressing, blurb, whatever you want, and then you've got some space down here that can be used for putting a blurb as well, or a barcode or QR code, whatever however you're going to dress it up. Because when I'm doing stuff, I'm thinking in several different ways at the same time. I'm thinking commercially, like, okay, so if this is going to be used as, say, like a variant cover or something like that, then okay, cool, you've got all your proper variant cover. You could put, at the mercy of the Death Stalker or some kind of copy, down there at the bottom. Spice it up a little bit, because I'm one of those people that believes that that if it's a cover, it's not only is your first point of advertising at dang it, I just destroyed the world. There we go. Okay. It's not only your first point of advertising, but it is also your teaser. Like that's your trailer. I say think of as covers, not as movie posters, but think of it as your teaser trailer. That's your teaser as to what's inside the pages, because that's what folks are going to see, first when they at a comic store or something, or on a newsstand, spinner rack, etc. Even though those are endangered, those are an endangered species. You still want to think of it in those terms, and I think that's where a lot of mainstream books really fail. And not throwing shade, but I see a lot of indie books failing at that too. It's like, okay, dude, that's the first time they've seen that. You got to think about that. Every issue is a first issue. Every cover is the first time they've ever seen that. Right. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, I was going to agree, because, although we don't have the old comic racks, a lot of times they are in with the magazines, and, you got to make them stand out just there. They can, and sometimes you don't even get to see the full cover because of the magazine. You're lucky. Sometimes you're lucky if you get the title showing. Somebody's got to notice, hey, there's a comic there. Pull it out and look at it.
Right. Sorry.
Want them to pull it out. Ooh, what's that?
Yeah. Especially if you're competing with a bunch of other titles in the same area. It's all well and good to have the sexy waifu pinup, but the sexy waifu pinup that alludes to a greater story within the pages, it's going to be more likely to move.
Yeah.
Am I coming through fuzzy?
Yeah. No, not to me.
Okay. That's just weird. Maybe
the sexy pinup might get some people to look at, a nice girl, especially for a guy, is nice to look at,
Right.
But your comic has to have more substance than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a very valid complaint that I have heard from some accomplished industry professionals, that it only goes so far. And really, it only succeeds.
To buy the first.
So go ahead.
I said it might get them to buy the first issue. It won't get them to buy the second issue.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do. You want to sell the entire series. Oh, sorry, I want this guy to be. He is contorted in pain Right. Like, that's
Or it
that's
might
totally
get
what we're
them to
going
pick it up, but if they don't see something, once they pick it up and quickly browse through it,
with. Mm-hmm.
it might not. They might not buy it.
Yeah.
They've got to think it's something of substance on the inside.
Well, especially if you're going through like a traditional LCS, where like the ability to preview the inside of the book is usually very limited. It's usually very, very limited because it's in a plastic baggie. They don't want you getting your grubby fingers on it. And with profit margins being as tight as they are, the store copy, which usually back in the day would sit out in front of all the polybag titles, and that was the one you could pick up, take a look through, and eventually get yelled out of. This is not a library.
It's not like chapters. That's what you have in there, chapters in a bookstore where technically you can go in there and read it. When I was going to one particular church between services, I'd walk to this chapters, to waste some time instead of going home and coming back, wasting back there. And I would read a whole slew of comics.
Right.
That they had on the shelf. I could go grab them and read them.
Right. Read your way through the store copy.
Yeah.
But that's a rare, from what I understand, for people, the open store copy is becoming increasingly rare.
Yeah.
Because
all their copies were technically store copies. With chapters in the regular bookstore. And,
right.
They sort of made it so you could sit down and read stuff there, and it's sort of counterproductive for selling stuff, but they're one of the major selling.
Well, actually, marketing studies have shown that it's actually really good for sales to have a reading area.
Yeah.
But that's only with prose, with standard novels, prose books, right? It doesn't work for magazines, and comics do fall under the category of magazine. Because they're largely considered, even if they're not a periodical, they're a magazine.
Yeah.
Right. But
that's what they were started out as, and that's
yeah.
Technically, they still are. They're just a specific genre of magazine.
Right.
They're a comic book. They're the comic book genre of magazine.
Right. So we're gonna have this come shooting out the back. Right. It's got a fountain of blood coming out the back. So, pardon me. Oh my goodness. Coffee burp. So we're gonna put in some blood splatter. Splatter back here. And no, it really is. It really is what it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom out real quick. Oh my goodness, my legs getting so stiff. Stretch. Oh, I've been at this for a while. That's right. Make sure you let me go brother, sign up for Brother Kit today, and make sure that you get in on this. Link is in the description, so get in on it. Also, let's see what else I've got starred here. You can pick up a physical copy of Realms and Relics for only $3.50 before shipping. 48 pages. Go to indieplanet.com and look for Realms and Relics 1. Let's see here. Of course, we got Tim Olson's Melvin. Absolutely fantastic. Go check that stuff up. Check that stuff out. And then we've got The Steins by James D. Lee, the good Jim Lee. He's not the defunct prototype because the other one's older. This is the good production model. That's the running joke. And of course, Devil Flyer on Fund My Comic. Link in the description below. And tomorrow night, the studio with Dawn at 6 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern. We've got Michael Odom coming on, and we're drawing up some Elysium Fields. So some Pax Romana as it were, make sure that you get EDGEPUNK Digital Magazine at edgepunk.net. Link in the description. And sign up for the Neon Revenant from Rock Hard Comics. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Look at all this awesome stuff. Go check out Fund My Comic as well. What a fantastic, great website over there. I was expounding upon its virtues, that even if you do primarily go through things like Kickstarter or IndieGoGo, it is nice to open up your general available store over on Fund My Comic and go sell your digital comics there. You know, if you really just want to save yourself a bunch of work, save yourself a bunch of hassle, you don't have to pay much out of your profit margin, because it's all profit margin, ain't it? Right? With the digital. And you could just, boom, get the product there, get them the general release, get it into people's hands, get people reading your story, get them talking about it, because referral, word of mouth, is 98% of sales. And I've worked in the world of advertising and marketing and all this stuff for a long time. I'll tell you right now, that's where, and I'm not talking like, oh yeah, it's entertainment and marketing and entertainment advertising. No, I'm talking blue collar. I've worked mostly in blue collar marketing, and the same rules apply. Same rules apply. Get out there, get your stuff into people's hands. Do not be afraid of the digital comic. All right, back to our regular.
And it's a cheap way for people in other countries to get your stuff. You don't have to pay for that huge shipping price or whatever.
Yeah, and look, it doesn't devalue the crowdfunded stuff, and if anything, it makes it more valuable. Yeah, because even if you have like
your goal too.
Well, yeah, and I'm talking like further business, right?
Yeah.
Because then the people that got in early, the people that believed in you, that put their money on the line, right, to ensure that the product came out, they get a little bit of a reassurance that, hey, you went to market with them, right? You didn't just stop there.
And especially if you're on time.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, we talked about that one a little earlier too. The levels of tomfoolery.
Company. Yeah.
Well, the levels of tomfoolery as far as, and we can touch on that one again. That's always a relevant subject, because right now, see, I have no opinion on Yellow Flash. I mean, I stopped paying attention to his channel. I was an early supporter of Yellow Flash, but I stopped paying attention to his channel a while ago. I'm just not into mainstream spurgery. I just don't care. I don't care about mainstream anymore. They lost it. They had their chance to correct things, and they decided to say that I was a terrible person, and that things that I shall not repeat here. But we all know what they said about about fandom and customers in general. And so, screw them. They're dead to me. I'm moving on. I've forgotten about them already. I don't care. To the point where it's
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, well, because you were a large goat and a person inclined for peanut butter chocolate snacks because you did not like their race swapping or their gender swapping or their extreme leftist Marxist ideology. Because of that, or poorly written stories too. Sometimes it was just poorly written. Because you didn't like it, you were a bad person.
Flash said that?
No, I'm saying that mainstreams did that. Marvel, DC, IP. They all said that. That's why Comicsgate got started. Yeah. It started with Move the Needle, and then it became quickly apparent that they weren't going to listen. They did not care. Yeah. Because it's not for you, as they said. Or as Kelly Sue DeConnick said, don't buy my book. And so I didn't.
And then we did.
Yep, and now people are without a job. People are without gainful employment. Companies are being downsized, sized up. Dude, Ubisoft, for last I heard, they were being bought by Tencent. And a propaganda arm of the People's Republic of China. And that's like, dude, we lost another one, another casualty. I look at that. That's not a victory for us that they went under. That's a defeat, and it was brought about by internal forces, by little tools that just could not stop being political for 5 minutes and just put out a good product.
Yeah.
And it's over a game that is banned in Japan. Why is it banned in Japan? Because it makes a mockery of the royal family, a mockery of Japanese history. There's plenty of historical fiction in Japan. Like, that wasn't the case. There's plenty of historical fiction that features people who are not of the Japanese ethnicity. But what they did and the way they did it, so egregious. Like, this is almost unprecedented. Japan's a very open country to opinion and speech, right? But Ubisoft went and screwed it up so bad that Japan said, no, get the hell out of here with that. We're done. We're not going to have you masquerading. And it's like, there are plenty of videos out there on the net. Maybe I'll go into a deep dive on it. I don't care enough to do a deep dive on what they did. I don't. And they can go ahead and do that. I hear feedback. Not feedback, I hear static. Hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. It's just a loose wire on your end. That's fine. Let's see here. What does it say? It says, when you're going to make a shit DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion from that bombs and still make money off of DEI programs from the government, it means you don't have to care about the fandom. They make money back either way. No, and that's true. Government-sponsored manipulation. It's propaganda. It really is. It's just plain and simple. It's propaganda. And propaganda sucks. People go, well, Captain America, he pushed Nazis back in World War II. Yeah, and it was propaganda. And I'll tell you right now, those comics were not good. We don't talk about what's in it. We talk about the cover, right? That's the only memorable part of that whole ordeal, because propaganda is dumb, except for Looney Tunes. But we don't show that one off anymore because it's kind of bad. The stereotyping, the dehumanizing of your enemy. People go, oh, well, because these people were bad people and they were doing this. It's like, no. It's a standard war tactic to dehumanize your enemy. And when you dehumanize your enemy, it's easier to look at them down a set of iron sights and pull a trigger. Because we are humans, and we are not intrinsically a homicidal species. It's not in our nature. It's not normal. If it was normal and in our nature, then doing it would not be a crime. And since it is considered to be one of the most egregious of crimes, then... that's one of the things, you hear these statistics of, 9 out of 10 shots fired downrange never hit their target. And there's a reason for that. Because we don't want to do it. It's not in the nature of a sane person to kind of do it, or is not an act of standard. And so to get people to do that more readily, you have to dehumanize them. You have to make them, make the baddies less than human. And, whereas the phrase goes from your country, Rick, when the sorry stops, the war crimes begin.
Yeah.
Anybody who knows Canadian World War II history,
Or World War
wow. Or World War I, dude. You guys, when the sorry stops, the war crimes began. And let me tell you, man, there's a lot of stuff that Canada never answered for. Why? Because they were on the winning side. And you know what? It got us to our goal and made the world a free place, even though it was pretty nasty stuff. But
Canada, when we go to war, we're brutal.
Dude, no, for real. You don't want to be on the other side of that. You don't want to be on the other side of it. People underestimate it. It's like, yeah, oh, they have such a tiny military. Yeah, so did the Finns. Ask Russia
so
how
did,
that one worked out for them.
For the 6-Day War, so did the Jewish people. Israel.
It's true. Israel, yeah. Well, you want to talk about, tiny forces and whatnot. So.
They had a barely existent military.
Oh, you know what I forgot to do? All right. We're getting there. My hand is getting tired. And it is now 8:30 in the morning on the East Coast. We're going to hang out here for a little while longer. We're going to keep doing this. I want to at least finish these guys and then come in on the next session here and do the environment surrounding them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the blue line just to see where we're truly at. Oh, nope, that's the wrong button. There we go. So this is what the pencils look like currently as it stands. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there. There's a few issues that I see with it I do want to fix, but that's okay. This is we're just at the pencil phase. Right, we're just at the pencil phase. So, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be printing this out and show everybody out here in TV land what we got going on. So this is actually 311 by 17s all lined up next to each other. And when I do print this out, and I will be inking it by hand. This is a triptych scene here, but it's nice to have this big, large format here because you never know. You can always hand these pencils off to an inker. I'll hand it off to someone else to finish up. It all depends. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. And then here in this weekend, I'm setting up scanner and I'm going to be scanning it. Pardon me, losing my voice here. Been flapping my gums for like 7 hours straight now. Only 5 hours on this show. But what do you call it? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this all turns. So this actually that way, and get a little bit of latency. That's all right. A little bit of latency there. Now I'm going to cut a little bit of crosshatch here. And the reason why I'm doing the pencils like this is because I said I haven't talked to Rex on this after I get the pencils done because I will be inking this manually. We'll be talking about what direction he wants to go with the colors. So, and that will dictate what kind of inking I do on this. Right. Uh-oh, I lost Rick. Get some water. I'm not drinking water. That's disgusting. Fish poop in that, right? Hold on one second. I lost Rick. He was eaten by wildebeests. Let's see here. Let's see here. I can't believe you're still going. I just left you up a while. I had to take a call. Yeah. Get some water. No, fish poop in that. I'm not doing it. It's disgusting. I'm gonna drink coffee. At least the poop, the fish poop, has been filtered out from the water. But I've also just been flapping my gums for a long time. I've only had I've had some wonderful people join me up here on the panel. I've had James Lee join me. Oh, and hopefully that is, yes, welcome back, good sir.
Hey,
and the incredible Rick Piper, aka Sexy Rick. What man ain't I used to call him.
well, before I got, or probably as I was getting messed up by my internet, I was saying that I did put a link to my comics where they're sold on my website in the chat. So I know you're
welcome.
Hey.
Awesome. Hey, welcome to the show. The Metal, how you doing, man? Been too long.
Fine. Actually trying to get like comic pages out. I haven't uploaded a comic page in like a year.
Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Yeah, let's
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
Ruh-roh. Like zoinks, dude. Wow, now my voice is fried. I can't even do my Shaggy.
Oh, you did pretty good.
I could probably still do Zorak, though. Probably even better. Hold on. Gotta get this properly done. Here, let me go. Where's my wizardry? Here's the one wizardry. We go ahead, we do that. And then we grab this. And we go like this. Yeah, there we go. And where's the other one? Where did I hide it from myself? There it is. Okay. Oh, that's because it got moved over. Weird. All right, and then there we go. There we go. Listen here, you bubs, losers. Give me your money.
What show was he from?
Space Ghost.
Space Ghost. That's right, and the Brack show where I live next to that loser. His hot mom. I like me some mom. What are you looking at? Huh? Give me your money.
Not much.
I have to go gamble with hookers. That's right, you can go check me out on Stark of Iron. I make fun of him. And the audience.
The episode of Coast to Coast where he had to do the mating ritual because they're praying mantis. It's just like at the end of the episode he was missing his head.
Worth it. Worth every last second. But not as good as Mom. Moms are the best. They're even slightly better than hookers.
Hello, Scarlet Fever.
Mostly because moms don't cost money. Okay, enough of that. But yeah, no, go check out Stark of Iron. Absolutely fantastic channel. Hey, good morning, Scarlet Fever. Good morning, Kate in Orlando. Good to see you. Good to see you joining us with the coffee. That's right. Been going at it here for quite a little while. I'm actually getting close to a break time. The real question is I got one more. I've got to finish this guy. Oh, come on, hurry up with the
you need a hand on him.
Yeah, I got to put a hand on him. I also have to have him dropping a firearm. So he's got to get a hand over here. I've got to have a firearm flying out of his hand right about here to keep this, right? So we got a flow line going around, right? So I've got to do that. And then I've got to fix this back leg here. It's not thick enough. It's not big enough. It's too small. Got to fix that up. Then draw this guy over here in the corner who's not being shot. He's actually just dropping his firearm. Smart man. That's why this is called One Left to Tell the Tale. A Midnight Triptych. And then get in a little bit of... I'm going to kick up some more dust and whatnot because we do want it to be a dry, dusty, kind of southwestern setting here. That's why we've got the big cloud of dust at her feet, because that's how fast she's spinning around, letting these bad guys have it. That last slap of the iron kind of carrying through, and whatnot. And yeah, get this done. Get it. Get the background done. I'm gonna draw in like a little bit of a one-horse town kind of deal, a little one-road town, and get that off to Rex. See if there's any editorial stuff that he wants me to do. Get over to take a look at it and yell at me and tell me it's all wrong. And then I fix that. And then, hey, I love a good editor, man. Once that's done, then I will go get it printed off in blue line. So one way I can really tell where I'm sitting at with my pencils is get rid of the blue line that's there right now. So I can see a little bit of a lighting inconsistency that I got, because I've got the light coming in right where that little circle is, right there. Is my light source as the light is coming in, not a high noon kind of deal. The light's coming in from behind, giving a dramatic backlighting kind of deal.
And will you end up inking this piece, or are you?
I will be inking it. I will be doing an analog inking on this. So, and that is so that Rex can put it up for sale. And if it doesn't sell, then he's more than happy to add it to his collection. So he's going to be putting it up for, since it will be 311 by 17s, he's going to be putting it up for a decent price. And by decent, I mean it's not going to be cheap, which is good because the whole thing is that it goes and helps fund to bring more comics. I really want to see Bog. I love Man Thing and Swamp Thing, and I'm glad that this one's not named Insert Thing, that it's Bog.
Insert Thing is usually a little rude.
Yeah. That's usually gets you censored and canceled.
At least a police report.
Much. And good. We have a link for Stark of Iron down here in the chat. Scarlet Fever with the link. Thank you very much. So go check that out at TStarkCEO on YouTube. Absolutely fantastic. You can also find him here on X as we are broadcasting live to X. This is the inaugural X stream. Oh. All right. Now, since I brought up the whole X stream, I do have to open up this picture that we did, that I did on the studio. Dawn with Dawn.
Is the extreme?
Well, last week it was because we had Dan Panosian on the studio with us, and we were drawing up profit. So here's my profit that I did on the studio. Of course, this has a little bit of Panosian, a little bit of Fraga, and a little bit of Platt in here because, look at all those shells and that crazy anime it's antenna extension right there. And of course, got the Rob in there, all these pouches and stuff because Rob loves his pouches.
Hopefully, bring somebody some profit.
Right. Well, hey, and if you listen to Knife Hands from Jawbreakers, you know what the pouches are for, right? It's for all the gold you find on the missions. Killed my favorite character. Although he dies well. But I loved that moment from Jawbreakers where where somebody's like, what's with all the pouches, man? Like, you can't possibly need that much gear. I mean, you turn your hands into knives, and I see you using that. I never see you pull anything out of the pouches. And he opens it up, and it's just full of doubloons. Because it's for all the gold you find on missions. Beautiful. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's more than they're getting paid.
Right? I mean, hey, they're superheroes. They don't make money. There's no profit in being a hero. Unless your name is Profit. And then, ironically, you make no money.
Yes, ironically, you get no profit.
That's right.
You get your only profit.
You guys are welcome to hang out. I am going to take a quick break. Actually, go stretch my legs, utilize the resources, bring up our Hatsune Miku, dancing waifu.
Man, this is going to make me re-download PSO2.
Blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. I think it's a good cosplay. I think I did a decent cosplay.
Yeah.
There. I mean, she doesn't have like the square headband bangles. I don't have those, but I repurposed a couple of bracelets.
Yeah, there's a lot of Miku stuff in there though, right? Because like Sega handles all the Vocaloid games.
Yep, and like twice a year they do a live concert.
Yeah.
Yeah, a live Hatsune Miku concert. Let's go ahead and we're going to go with that one.
I just really like the way they deck out the Ark ship for 4th of July. Like they go all out for that stuff.
You know, honestly, like the best, the most well treated IPs from Sega are Sonic and Phantasy Star, and unfortunately, Phantasy Star.
It's even older than Sonic, I believe.
Well, I mean, they know where the money's at, but unfortunately, they're working hard to build up a new. I think that they phrase it as Super Game, which is basically an online game, multiplayer game. And Phantasy Star, even though that's where like a lot of marketing gets done, a lot of promotion gets done, a lot of anime crossovers, manga crossovers, and stuff like that, it got the short end of the stick on the budget. I'm like, what the hell? Who the person in charge of that area of Sega? I'm like, what the hell were you thinking?
Well, I mean, they don't have any faith in it outside of Japan. The only reason it even went international is because Microsoft footed the bill on the localization.
Yeah, and dude, it's a good game, but it honestly needs a little bit more treatment. They need to put more money into the marketing of it, and a little bit of game balancing on the back end because I thoroughly enjoy it. And like earlier, I played. Oh, cool! Yeah, like earlier, I just went and I jumped in. I was like, dude, I need to take a break from work. I've been at work for, over 4 hours straight. Normally by now, I take a quick break and jumped in, knocked out a couple of dailies, got a couple of PSC bursts, farmed a little bit of experience, a little bit of money, got my dopamine hit, and jumped right back into work. And it's fun. Plus, I got my little dancing waifu. So this month, the month of April, I'm doing a different waifu every day. I'm currently, I believe I'm in. I'm actually ranked number 20 on the lookbook, which is the style competition. Yeah. So, out of 1,000 or so people who are registered to the lookbook, I'm in the top 25, and I'm barely trying, but that's because I have fun with it, and I think Miku's actually going to boost me up a little bit because people generally like a good Miku, and this one's okay. She got the blue hair, blue tie, hiding in the Wi-Fi. Got the little headset and whatnot. And the alliance that I'm a part of over here on Ship 4, Crescent Moon, we are currently ranked number 3. We're in 3rd place.
Cool.
And so that's a lot of extra money, right? See, take her to an internet cafe. She'd meet you there. All right, so folks, I'm going to mute myself. You guys are welcome to hang out, or you can take off or whatever you want to do. But I gotta go stretch my legs, dude. My butt's falling asleep. I gotta refill my coffee and go pay my coffee tax. Luckily, it's state and not federal. You never want to have to pay your federal coffee tax. Oof.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. I'll be right back.
Okie doke.
Okie dokie.
Ugh.
So how are things, Metal, since last night?
I have not slept.
Well, that's usual for you, I think.
Yeah.
back.
Like I said, I have been working on comic pages, so there's a plus there. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll get something out soon. Hopefully, I want to at least get a page up before the weekend ends. So there's a goal at least.
Yeah.
What's the comic I'm working on? It's the main webcomic I've been working on since like 2018 in and off. It's called X25e16 Chaos. I have a website. Let me.
You have a thing on.
I want to work on other stuff, but the fact that like.
Oh yeah.
Episode 5 of X25e16 Chaos is like 2 pages from being done. I kind of just want to rush through it so that chapter that's been sitting there for over a year is just finished finally. What's it about? X25e16 Chaos is also kind of the I guess the publication name too, so I do have other stories under it, but the titular comic is about a group of freelancers that may not actually be normal humans, but a group of freelancers that take really strange jobs that other people don't want to take, and it's all just shenanigans the entire way through. It's more of a comedy than anything. It's like an action comedy, like underground fighting rings, aliens, demons, hauntings, whatever. It doesn't matter. They just do it all over the place. Honestly, no rhyme or reason. And the narrator might be lying to the entire time. It's just fun.
It's all about telling good stories, right?
Yeah.
Bionic said, those are jobs people want. People don't want to work in burger joints and sewage lines.
Yeah, until the job almost kills you every single time. Well, I guess that happens in sewage lines too. Yeah, the current issue that I'm trying to finish up is that the group... I can't say the group. The main character. This story is loosely based off of my adventures with my IRL friends. The main character blew all of their budget setting up a underground fighting tournament in a mall. And this is the aftermath of that. They have no money, so they have to go take on more jobs. And they agreed to get evidence of aliens in New Mexico, and shenanigans just ended up happening after that. They're currently on a rogue military base that's not actually military, they're just posing as it. And I think in the point in the comic, since I'm at the very end, the main character is fighting a guy in the dumbest mech you could possibly have, intentionally. Like his mech is ugly and stupid. Because the character is stupid. But they saved the aliens. That's all that mattered.
So they're breaking into Area 51.
No, they're not at Area 51. They're probably somewhere remotely close to it, though. But that's not where they went.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went to Area 52.
What is this? Looney Tunes back in action?
I don't know. Yeah,
That's what it was. It's like, oh, no, the Area 51. That's like a red herring. This is Area 52. Bikini mech made of styrofoam. No, it's like actually like a metal robot, but it's like the type of stupid one you might see on an old cartoon like Dexter's Lab or whatever. It's basically just the chassis with a chair and controls and arms and legs attached to it. Right? It's really dumb. It's clearly made for someone smaller than the person piloting it. But the guy's like, he's the type of dude that just fails upward through the military. He's a recurring character that will come back. His name is Jeremy Gallagher. The main character just calls him Jerry. They have a relationship. They don't like each other. In fact, it's like the main character is a psychopath. Just straight up. He has way too much fun doing these things that he should not have fun doing. That like normal people would just be like, dude, you're insane. Stop it. So most of the time when there's something that could kill him, he kind of enjoys it. Doesn't matter. He just doesn't want to have to deal with Jerry. It's like a chore. That's the type of relationship they have. It's like, Jerry. Well, I'm trying to think. What have they done in the comics so far? They hunted a succubus in Corpus Christi. He had to deliver a package, which sounds like, oh, that's like a nothing job. But there was a guy trying to take the package that was able to rip through an armored truck. So it was a more dangerous job than it sounded. But going through downtown Dallas, he had to break up an underground fighting ring that happened to be in a subspace highway ran by demons. He set up a fighting tournament in a mall, and yeah, now he's saving aliens from a rogue military group. You got a death wish? I think it might be something even worse than that. I don't know if I could explain what would be worse than that, but I think it might be something even worse than that. He's got a life wish.
Oh, I was still muted.
Yeah.
So, make sure you guys go check out that link down there in the description. And I like Bikini Mech made of styrofoam. I like this a lot.
It is a fun idea.
Get back to the studio where we got our dancing waifu up in the corner. Waifu of the day, Hatsune Miku. Blue hair, blue tie, hiding in your Wi-Fi. Stealing all Liam's Wi-Fi. Stealing his internets. Which is really funny. That's like gotta be one of the most beautiful trolls I have ever seen perpetrated on anybody.
Hello, Johnny T-Rex.
Hey, that's my boy right there. That's my son. How you doing, son? He's off in the kitchen getting a little bit of work done. It's not his area of responsibility, but his younger brother has not been as studious as possible as he should have been on making sure that people clean up after themselves. So he's gotten a little bit behind in the kitchen, and I am very particular about how my kitchen is. I like a spotlessly clean kitchen because I am preparing food there. And so he's helping out his brother a little bit, doing a little bit of extra chores and whatnot. I appreciate it, son. I really do. He's always up nice and early, kicking butt and taking names. And of course, Johnny's not his real name. That's his screen name. Because I told him, I was like, look, man, you're a minor. So you should not be using a real name on the internet.
Yeah.
And he's
unless it's a red herring.
Yeah.
My younger brother Joey, which he doesn't even care that people know his actual name, has been using the same screen name since I think the 5th grade. And it was Joe Mama Sucks was his screen name since like the 5th
See,
grade.
that's great.
Yeah, and nobody believes that his actual name is Joe.
See, now that's beautiful.
It's complete misdirect.
That's absolutely fantastic. I love that. I love that. But yeah, so he uses his gamer tag, even though, you know, he doesn't want to be like a gamer streamer, but he's not opposed to doing it for fun. He wants to be a chef when he grows up, and he's well on his way. I do put him through the ringer sometimes on that, because I tell him that, you know, being a professional cook is not for the faint of heart. It's a very tough job. It's very demanding.
My cousin is one. He's
I've done it.
I forgot his. I believe he's got his papers and all that. He's out in Saskatoon right now.
Nice.
Doing it. He did it for a bit here in Hamilton, but I don't know why he moved out west, but he did.
It's like John Candy once said, "Wagons East." Great movie.
Yes, it is.
I love that movie so much.
I own that movie, although it's in storage
nice.
at the moment. It's in storage at the moment. Although I did see it yesterday. I was at my storage unit, boxing stuff and all that, and I came across that movie. So
Yeah, it's a great one. I love that one. Absolutely fun movie.
I think almost all the John Candy movies are good.
Oh yeah. I can't think of a bad John Candy movie.
Yeah.
To be honest, that guy was absolutely amazing. Hilarious.
Too young.
Way too young, man. Way too young. This is why it's very important for you guys out there in TV land. Take care. Have your health in mind. I'm a little winded right now because I went and did some cardio calisthenic exercises while I took a quick break. Because I do encourage that. So this last set was some steam engines. That's where you're raising your legs up, and then I did some kick practice for a little bit. Did some side thrust kicks, some rear thrust kicks, and some front snap kicks to work out that core a little bit, get the blood flowing back in. Did some rotations, some rotational exercises, and whatnot. Come back down here to my blue sketch line, so I can kind of sketch in pistol. So it comes to a small thing right there. As the reach there, back. We're gonna put the hammer down. The hammer down. Hammer time. Go on and get our trigger assembly in there. Barrel assembly there. No, the barrel assembly is not all that big, but go like that over that. And then trying to find the right key. There we go.
Are you going to see it draw in her other or his other hand?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna get his other hand in there and all that other fun stuff. Put a front sight post on that. Put a side assembly on that. Pardon me. A little top bridge on that to reinforce it. My original idea was to actually give him a semi-automatic. A lot of people don't know that semi-automatics have been around for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
And anybody who's familiar with the comic Shotgun Samurai, that shotgun that he is wielding is historically accurate. It's very possible that a samurai from the late Tokugawa era could have had a pump-action shotgun. They existed. It's historically accurate, and dude, I loved Shotgun Samurai. It was almost as good as Nuclear Bomb Samurai, Atomic Bomb Samurai. Jabba Jabba's one-page comic, the best indie comic of all time, as we like to say. it was great. It was 2 pages, 1 page of comic book of Atomic Samurai jumping into battle and doing his explodey routine, and then the next page was just all the credits of everybody who worked on the project. I love a good joke like that. We'll go ahead and get that worked in right there. We got his other hand, and then we're going to come in here and start drawing in this. Go ahead and put a little lanyard thingy on there. Grab our eraser and erase out. Crosses over that belt, and that little buttstock on in there. There's my tool. Because that. Same with that. That's a thumb guard. There, protect you from the hammer. Pinching your skin. And there's our hammer assembly right there. Uh-oh, what was that noise? Noise in the back. That's my son in the kitchen. He is the worst ninja ever. Which, you know, as a parent, I like that. Because that means he's not sneaking out of the house. I can hear him clang.
Oh yeah, I'm sure my parents would have hated it if they ever knew I was doing it.
Right? Working over here, we've had a great show today with the inaugural stream. The inaugural X stream. Of course, you know, can't say X stream without bringing up a weapon that makes the sound of fragaboom. Which even though it's an energy weapon, there are shells flying out everywhere. And that was specifically added because it was funny. Fun fact, because I thought it was funny, are the words that epitaph that I put on my tombstone. It's in my will. I'm going to have fun with my kids. Yeah. I thought it was fun. And it has so many meanings. Like, it could be, you know, maybe something bad happened, and that's what caused the end of me. Or, you know, everything went according to a regular scheduled game plan, and now the epitaph is the joke. One way or another.
Mine's going to say, we think he's in there.
We think he's in there. See, that's beautiful. Like, I was inspired by Leslie Nielsen and his epitaph that his family fought tooth and nail to have removed from his tombstone of one last fart joke. That is the epitaph on Leslie Nielsen's tombstone. One last fart. And man, his family did not like that because they wanted him to be remembered for being the heartthrob and serious actor that he was before he became famous for doing all the funny, silly stuff.
Before Airplane.
Yeah. And Airplane, that's the one where he broke the mold. And it was so good because he was such a serious actor that he could deliver those lines just deadpan.
I know that's why they wanted him.
Yeah, that's exactly why they wanted him too, because you know, it was like, hey, we need you to do this. Speaking of which, have you guys seen the trailer for
the new Naked Gun?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's absolutely fantastic.
I thought I was going to hate it when I saw the words, the Naked Gun.
Right.
And then I watched it. I'm like, you know, I might give this a chance.
I think Leslie Nielsen would have loved it. And they've got Liam Neeson as, and it's the next generation. It's Naked Gun, the next generation is what it really is.
Yeah, because he's playing his son. So it's not like they're trying to completely redo it.
Right. I love the scene where they're like, it's like, because, a lot of those original actors from the original Naked Gun, they're no longer with us.
Yeah.
And so it's, got the scene of Leslie Nielsen, and he's like, all right, Dad, I'm going to do the best job that I can. And it shows a picture of Leslie Nielsen, and then it's like, yeah, Pops, we're going to do this right. And it's got the picture of the old police chief. And then, it goes, it shows like this line.
Yeah.
It shows this line of everybody all there in front of the same like memorial, and then it cuts to OJ and this dude who's just like he looks around and he's like, nah. And I'm like, dude, that's so beautiful. Because back when the Naked Gun movies were done, OJ was still beloved by the people. He was the juice.
Crazy enough, he still is by some people.
He is, and there's a valid theory, and I think it's a valid theory. We won't know that it wasn't the juice that did all those horrible things; that it was his son, and that's why the DNA was slightly off. And if that's the case, the truth is not going to come out for a long time regarding that,
If ever.
But if ever. But if that's the case, it's like, I'd be hard, as a father, I'd be hard pressed not to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Because that's his boy. And I dig it. And it was a terrible, terrible thing that happened. And there have been a lot of clues as to that was the case. But that's where we put the tinfoil hat on and have a little fun with it.
Yeah.
Okay, these little squiggly lines so that we got some viscera coming out from the wound. This is one of the more fresh wounds. All right, so doop boop. All right, almost to getting done with the figures here. Still got to go ahead and get in on this backhand right there. We're not going to be able to see the gun that this guy's dropping. Really. Because it just the way the hand is positioned. And that's fine. It's not an emphasis. You don't have to. That's more or less just a little bit. But I'm going to get my ginger root on here real quick. And not. I want to thank everybody who's come by, been on the panel, been in the audience for me today. Like all of you, really kick butt, keeping me company. I get the work done. This is an overdue commission, and so I have dialed it up quite a bit. Okay, we got that little bit done. Let's go ahead and hide blue line. Make sure everything is looking okay. It's looking okay. I'm really excited about all the westerns that are coming out. I really am. All the western comics. Speaking of which, we have the 7 Amens Before Sundown. That one looks absolutely fantastic as well. Really, really enjoying the way that one went out. So, and I believe that one is on Fund My Comic. So go check that out there, folks. It's some good stuff. There we go. Fix a little bit of that shading on that. Maybe debulkify that shoulder. We do want that shoulder to be popped up a little bit. Too much. All right. And of course, that ginger root can stay ginger rooty. Zoom out here. Oh, I lost my chat. Hold on. Back up, chat. Go on, back. Come back, chat. Nope. Nope. Bad. Bad phone. Okay. Open the chat. Go. Do it. Do it. My chat.
Do it.
I might have to just... I only have the one monitor. So... dang it. Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. It's not loading at all. Holy moly. Okay, so I gotta fix this really quick because I can't see my chat. I only have the one monitor, so I use my phone as a monitor here.
Yeah, well, it's your
Honestly,
son
I've
said
got
the
a
last
second monitor
two.
and I still use my phone.
Your son said the last two things at 9:09. He said, "I'm still here," and then at 9:20, he said, "You're welcome."
Awesome. Yeah, good job, my boy. Good job. I'm always proud of you. There we go. Boop. Awesome. Team Fortress. Oh, yeah, dude. Team Fortress. That's old school right there. I never did play that one, but I had a lot of friends who said it's good fun. So this guy, he's got the man stat Burnside.
I was always more of a Quake Live kind of guy.
Yeah, Quake. Oh, dude, he's getting old school right there, man.
I love Quake.
Yeah, that was a good one too. Yeah, I played Unreal Tournament. Back in the day.
Unreal Tournament's great.
Yeah, I played back in the day because that was like one of those first like truly like online games.
Yeah.
Where you did have like international play.
I think I played that once or twice.
Yeah, and I was in the top 100 players on that game. By the call sign of haha. That used to be my old gamer tag, haha. And of course that's back in the day when there weren't enough people on the internet to be claiming all the cool names.
Yeah. It's a shame that aside from like upscales, they basically just completely abandoned Unreal Tournament.
Oh yeah, no, dude, it's one of those things where it was done a complete disservice. It was done a complete disservice, sadly. So this one, his hat is also flying off. You know, everybody's hats are flying. I don't know why I turned it up that big. The bowler, it didn't get that big. Bowlers are really, really, really tiny as far as brims go. End up that brim. And the reason why they do that is so that the rain is channeled away from their face. That's the whole purpose. That scraggly hair. Now we're going to put him in a duster. Fix up some of his anatomy there. Yeah. Itchy, 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 ooh. Itchy, itchy, ooh, 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 ooh.
I need to get a new duster. I'm out in the desert these days, and it is very, very dusty out here.
Mm-hmm. It is. It is. Flippy floppy. Get the flippy floppy going on the flappy flippy floppy duster. Hands getting tired.
I like not having to wear sunscreen, so it's nice to just have a big, light, loose jacket to cover up.
Right, something that breathes.
Yeah.
That's not gonna, feel like you're walking around in your own portable oven. I do appreciate that. Point these fingers in a little bit. Hand is curved. It is not square and flat. It's the only time a hand is like really flat is when you're making like a proper martial arts fist. That's when you get brick hand.
Oh, I know.
Yep. You and I both karatekas, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan. You ever watch Jesse Enkamp?
Yes.
Ah,
Pretty
so
much
then you
all
know
of his
Okinawa,
stuff. Yeah. Yes.
birthplace
the
of karate.
of karate.
You know, if you say Okinawa 3 times, Jesse Enkamp shows up in the background and tells you it's the birthplace of karate.
While pulling a pair of nunchaku out of like nowhere.
Yeah. Surprise nunchaku.
Like, where did you even have that?
In his supplies pocket.
I mean, I
Sorry.
honestly can't blame him. I'm walking around in a gi most of the time anyway. Like,
It's
when you have that
comfortable.
belt tie, that whole thing is basically just a big pocket.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's convenient clothing. Same reason why I love my Kung Fu cottons. Because the inside of my sleeve is just a pocket. And I love going to the store, and they're like, "Wow, you're dressed weird." And then it's time for me to pay, and I pull my wallet out of my sleeve.
Yeah.
Hey, Critical.
I wear a sleeveless gi, but it's just most of the same looks. It's just reach into like my chest area and just like pull my wallet out, and they're like, oh, okay. I think the weird looks though is because I will walk to the store barefoot and then put on some like cotton sole shoes just to be able to go into the store.
Right. Hey, you got to keep up your body conditioning.
Yeah.
Right. Calluses are important. I mean, I right now one of my projects here, because the weather's really bad, so I haven't been able to get out and actually really get in on my project. But I cut down an ash tree last year in my backyard, and so one of the things that I'm doing is I am putting in some Okinawan punching bag, aka Makawara posts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I'm getting. I still got to buy a few 100 feet of hemp rope to wrap these things up. Because it's been a long time since I've made one of these, but I do remember, like, that rope does not last as long as you think it's going to last.
No, and you also need more per wrapping than you think you need, too.
Yes! Right. You have to be able to math that, and I'm lazy. I don't want to math it.
And Critical Blast is here.
Yo, RJ. I don't see him. Where is he? Oh, hold on. He must be commenting. Hey, he's over on the X. We have our first X comment. Dude. That's right. DED again. DED. And that was a reference of that I accidentally got poisoned from soap in a dish. I did not realize that my cot had soap in it until I was mostly done with my coffee. And so, it was really starting to kick in late on Wednesday, but Thursday I was laid out, and luckily my wife, when she got home, she found the activated charcoal. I was able to take some. I was able to take some activated charcoal, rack out, drink a bunch of water, take some charcoal. I woke up feeling right as rain. I mean, you gotta love science, right? Some basic chemistry, and and then I was doing fine, and here I am. I've been at it. I started off a little bit before midnight over on Stark of Iron, and then at about 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast, I got to do stuff. Hold on 1 second. I gotta make sure.
The next
never mind.
comment, Johnny, is from Twitter.
That's right. It's from x.com, aka Twitter. My coffee tastes like beer conditioner because I didn't wait before drinking. Yeah, that happens. That happens. And men out there, that's a good point. Make sure you condition your beard. Your significant other, your lady, your other person will appreciate you. For real, especially the ladies.
Yeah, if not, just get rid of it. There's one or the other. No middle ground.
Yeah, no, beards require solid maintenance, and if you're not willing to do the maintenance, then get rid of it. Just stop. Quit while you're ahead. All right, so
Well,
we are.
Tank, I've got to take off. I've got to get ready for work. So
Hey, man, good to see you. Make sure you drop a link. in
yeah,
the
I
chat.
did earlier.
Okay, do it again before you disappear to Workland, so that people
Yeah.
know exactly where they can find you. And,
Well, that one link is to where they can buy Canadian Shield 1 and 2 and
That's fantastic.
Snowdrift 1.
heck yeah, man.
Either digital or physical.
I love it.
Oh.
I love it. Love it. Brother,
Well,
you
I
have
can
yourself.
put a link to my YouTube channel as well, I guess.
I love it, man. And I hope that you're back soon enough, man. Don't be a stranger. Always feel free to come on by. You always have a place here.
Yeah.
As we go back, nice and not. We go back.
A few
yeah, that's-
years.
A few years, yeah, it's true. Back to the early days. That's right.
Either
So I'm looking-
18 or 19.
Yeah,
18.
back at 18, yeah.
Because I think that's when I first started streaming, was in people's chats and all that.
Mm-hmm. And you were the first person to bring me up, and it's all your fault as to why I'm here. So people, be sure to send your hate mail to Rick and smash that thumbs down button for me continuing this madness.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Scarlett.
that's great.
You too.
Yeah. Oh, and
Okay.
Rick, I probably am available tomorrow if you want to hit me up for stuff. It's looking
Okay.
like that.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we're going over some of my scripts. Well, we just last Saturday we went over Snowdrift 2, got that done up, and we're going to be going over Flame number 1.
Dude, I love it, man. And, you know, I was earlier talking about the importance of editing.
Yeah.
Editing.
Although
Super
somebody
important.
doesn't think I like editing. Yeah.
Well, you know what? You have a patootie and they can kiss it. No, I'm just kidding.
I think Metal knows who I mean.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I was called a saint for being your editor, so I'll take it.
Was it
Am
somebody
I
from the
that
cult
bad
of
to
Raven?
edit? Am I that bad to edit, Metal?
No, actually not. But
No,
I don't
Rick,
know.
you
I think
can-
people have the idea that you are just because people scream into the void from the chat, and honestly, you shouldn't take all advice you get from the chat necessarily. It's different when you're in a call one-on-one with somebody.
Yeah. And this person I didn't hire as an editor, yet he's trying to be my editor.
That's fine.
Like,
Backseat driving over there.
it's like, if I wanted you to edit, I'd ask you. And, well, frankly, he hasn't earned my respect enough to do that. And all the
Oh
more
my
he
goodness.
all the more he does, he puts him even further behind to do it.
Well, to that person, I say, scan your lane, bro.
But also,
That's
since you
Tanker talk
mentioned the
for
cult
mind your own
Raven,
business.
I have to give
Yes.
a mighty hail Raven.
That's right. Hail Raven. Greatest Titan of all time. We are a Cult of Raven channel over here. But we do miss our Church of Starfire brethren. Misguided as they are.
Okay, with that, me and Metal can probably talk more about that subject later. I don't want to.
You've got my
You-
DMs. You know where to hit me.
I don't want to talk too much about that online. I especially don't want to mention names.
No, and I dig it.
But anybody that watches my channel might know. Metal definitely.
I usually catch your channel, Rick, on the replay.
Yeah.
because I do that. I go give people their watch time, and if I'm not able to fully pay attention, I leave it running in the background.
Yeah.
So that way I help boost people's watch time. I want people to get to their monetization. I want to help
Yeah.
tickle the algorithm a little bit. So Rick, you have a fantastic day at work, man. May it be productive, swift, and uneventful, unless the events are hilarious.
Yeah. And that's the thing is I need a lot of watch time on my channel at the moment. I have obviously enough for the 500 mark for 500 people. But, if I can get the watch time up to 3,000 hours, I can get super chats. Not that anybody would give me a super
You
chat.
need watch time.
I thought it was 4,000.
Shiny
They
you.
reduced it.
No, there's two different tiers now. With
Okay.
500 people, you need 3,000 watch hours, and you get super chats. You can have members for your channel,
What?
and you get super stickers. But at the 4,000 hours watch time and 1,000 subscribers, then you get monetized, so you can have ads and all that on your thing.
Oh, that is so cool. So I just need to get to the 500 subscriber count over on my YouTube channel.
Plus 3,000 watch hours.
I've got that. I'm currently sitting at about 3,300.
Oh wow!
So, yeah, so
I dropped a long time ago. So
yeah, man, I gotta. Thank you, Rick, for coming over, man. Always good.
When
to see
you're
you.
live for like 7 hours, it's not hard to hit that time.
Right,
Yeah.
right. No, for real. And I sometimes am, because the most common show that I do over here is the Digital Bullpen, which anybody is welcome to come up and keep me company, or come up and get some work done yourself.
Yeah.
We love to see it. So anytime, Rick. Anytime, ma'am.
yeah. Okay, we will see you guys later. God bless. Have a great day, you guys as well.
God bless, brother.
Take it easy.
Heck yeah, no, dude. Always great to see Rick Piper. Great guy. Go over to Cross Comics. And I think on X he is Comics Cross.
Yeah.
And go follow him. Give him some love. Go give him some watch time. So here, this is how we do the watch time game, right? This comes from the Spiffing Brit, who has broken YouTube on a number of occasions, and then passed the data down to us. And YouTube has not patched a lot of that stuff because it's the base way that the program works, right? So go over to Rick's channel, go queue up a video, put it on, play it at 1/4 speed,
And then just leave.
and then just let it run. Right? Let the window stay active. So I recommend doing this in a Chrome browser, something that's not going to be memory optimized. So that way it stays active the entire time. It's registering you as an active viewer. And you can turn a 1-hour video into 4 hours of watch time. And
The best way to make sure it stays active is to actually leave the sound on YouTube.
Yep.
And then go up and mute the tab itself.
That's correct. Thank you, good sir. That is exactly where I was going with next on that. That is perfect. And that's what we do around here, man. I'm your friendly neighborhood force multiplier. Once I was a regular ferret thrown into a particle accelerator by scientists. Now I am Weston Tank Ferret Duggenstar, your friendly neighborhood force multiplier. We have fun. We have fun. All right. I think this guy is just about done being penciled. He does not need to. Well, he's kind of do. Put some bullet holdy thingies. How long I've been screaming. He has bullet holdy things. That's the technical nomenclature on that.
Absolutely.
Yes, that's technical terminology. Come on. Eraser. There we go. And we're gonna boop, boop, and then hide our initial pencils and take a look at see what we've got going on. All right, so he still needs a little bit more work. We're gonna go ahead and, with my blue line disappeared, so we're gonna go ahead and come in here and just clean that up a little bit. Come in with the needed eraser tool. Of course, we're zoomed in really far. He's not gonna show up
I'm back in a couple. I hit the head.
Alrighty. Sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and some a little bit of shading in. He's turned a little bit towards our light source, but not so much. So do want to volumize, so shade in the so he's got kind of like almost like he's a little thick around the midsection, but not too much. He's not what we would call fat by modern day standards, but by then he would be considered to be a bit portly. Yes, quite rough and whatnot. Yes, you see, rough. Oops. Next that, let's see here. Yo, Paulus Arts, good morning, Paulus Arts. Good to see you. Always good to see Paulus Arts. You got to go check out Paulus Arts channel. Shame him and artwork. Want to see more? Yes, shame him into production. What we do. Let's see, folks. I want to once again thank everybody out there in TV land for joining me. Let me double check and see if we got anything going on. Oh yeah, madness. Yes. Ooh, I like madness. Yes. Critical. You're over on X. Ooh, we have a boop. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, producing the most anticipated and never receiving, never produced comic book of all time. Hail Raven, hail Risey, mother-in Lee. Good morning, good sir.
Yeah, I just get here and you're ending the stream. You streamed over me, and
did I?
That, you're trying to steal my goddamn fucking hostess from my bar.
Hey, she's just hanging out.
Yeah, she works for me, Tank.
Pretty good Miku, huh?
My Miku.
Holy turds, did I come back to one of my favorite guys being on stream?
Isn't it great? Cult of Raven representing in the house.
Hail Raven, how you doing, Risey?
What's up, Metal? Haven't spoken to you in a couple years, actually.
Yeah, it feels like forever.
I think probably the last time I spoke to you was probably John Dillard.
Probably, yeah.
That's a while.
Yeah, like, is he doing okay? I've heard people like, "What's up, Rick?" Some people like asking. People have asked me if he's doing okay, and I'm like, I don't fucking know.
I think he is.
Yeah, no, there's a bit of controversy right now regarding Yellow Flash. Because Yellow Flash, right? So Yellow Flash is late launching his book, which
someone
who cares?
brought that up literally on my stream. Just like I think I was just doing a stream. It was like an hour or so ago, not that long ago, maybe.
Right.
But like I was EFAPing Liam, and he brought up Yellow Flash, and then Yellow Flash's book come up, and I'm like, well, whether or not he's launching it, like the same criticism could be said about you,
right?
Where I'm like you've been launching your book since I met you 6 years ago.
Yeah, no, for real. Welcome to the show, Scarlett.
Oh, what's up, Scarlett?
What's up, man? I was just kicking Kate's ass at Halo, and then she stuck me with a grenade, so I left.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's like, oh no, they're launching their book late? Like,
yeah,
I'm like, dude, I'd rather launch late than be delivered late.
Exactly. I'm like, you've not taken anyone's money. Like, some people have brought that up to me. Like, sometimes it's like, well, you're friends with Tank and his book's late. I'm like, no, it's not. It's never been launched.
Right? I like to joke that it's late.
Yeah.
I've used that as a bragging point. Actually, it's the most late book in all of indie comics, and I haven't even run the campaign yet. because Risey's.
Look, check this, man. I've run my campaign multiple times, and none of you motherfuckers are getting anything. How about that?
That's right. That's right. Dingo Man versus the orangutan lord.
No, it's going to be Dingo Man versus Superman versus Spider-Man. Like, I've got all these crossover, these IPs. Marvel and DC are knocking down my doors, man.
That's right. I've been spreading the word. Like, I've actually got some people to actually believe that you are going to be producing a book, because I was like, look, Dingo Man versus the orangutan lord. You see,
That's great.
Right, where's my
Dingo Man's got to get the Bendigo to get the green cube, but the evil orangutan lord and his army of koala ninjas have the keys to the Ute.
I shit you not. One day I was drunk off air in Vicky Discord, and Mark Brooks is in there, and like he's talking about that cock ninja thing that Finatra had. I'm like, dude, if you want to steal an IP, you should steal Dingo Man. He's like, whoa, what's Dingo Man? And so I told him the story of Dingo Man. He's like, holy shit, we need to do this book together. I'm like, I ain't doing shit with you, Mark. I'm like, well, you can have the IP, just give me a credit in the comic. He legit, he was like invested. He's like talking about like what images he would draw and shit. I'm like, Mark, I'm joking. I'm never creating this shit. I've been talking about Dingo Man since I've been on here.
Right. No, it's been a long-standing joke since back in the good the Dog Press, the Dog Stars days.
The Dog Star days, like. When I'd be on there with all you comic book creators, and everyone would be like, wait, Risey's not a comic book creator? I'm like, well, yeah, I'm going to create Dingo Man one. Like, that's how it came up. It just, one day I was like, you know what, I'll come up with a premise. Give me a second. Yeah, Dingo Man. It's basically the Jungle Book, but in Australia.
Oh, the Patsy's shipping art. Yeah, no, dude, Tree Goblin. Yeah. Hit me up on X, man. Remind me of that project and make sure that I've got all the proper materials for that, because I'm definitely going to do that one. Kate in Orlando is saying hello to everybody, because I've just been so like neck deep in work. And speaking of things that are not work, of course, you know, my ultimate mega powerful mayonnaise powered superhero, who is totally original, Mayobi. She fights crime with the power of mayonnaise.
What's up again, Kate in Orlando? Yeah, I know, my OP. I love it.
And, you know, she eats crime for breakfast, second breakfast, and 11Zs. She's fighting crime by the ton.
Yeah. But she's staying healthy because she drinks Diet Pop.
That's right. And pound for pound, she's fat.
It's straight saying.
Fat for days.
And, you know, in order to understand this character, you must understand your various breeds of cow.
Oh my god, Larry's down there. That was the first thing I seen. You piece of shit. You know what's funny though? I literally was about to say, I was like, these people like keep saying like, y'all don't read comics. I'm like, you don't want me to review your comics that I've brought.
Oh, you know what? No, dude, they do. And you know why? Because they can only produce a better book next time. That's only if they heed your advice, though, because you do have a good critical eye. You do.
Yeah, well, apparently to John Malin, I'm a poser, and I've only ever brought one comic just for some street cred.
Well, it's okay. Last time I checked, he had a pulse and DNA, so that makes him human.
I just think, like, dude, what credibility do you get from buying comic books?
Right. I mean, dude, dude, you are an avid reader, watcher, and you like pop culture type stuff, dude. And you've got some insights in it that I'm like, yeah, no, people need to have it. Let me just say hello to Aaron here, Immortal Rising Comic Book. Aaron, you don't have a wrench. You should. I'm going to give you a wrench so you can. I was going to say some links to your stuff. Yeah. So I'm going to give you standard moderator there. Let's see here. Yep. And you know what, Tree Goblin? Just or you can have a wrench too, because I don't care.
And out the power.
And that makes him a lethal weapon now.
Yeah.
I just prefer to give everyone a wrench so no one can get fucking blocked. You know what I
mean? Dude, Ricey, in your neighborhood, a wrench is like a flak vest. For real.
Exactly. Like it's like I'm like you don't know, like people are like, I don't want a wrench. I'm like, no, you're gonna need it.
Yeah.
There'll be that one asshole who comes in and I'm muting everyone who doesn't have a wrench.
Right.
It happens. It happens.
It does.
It's a rough neighborhood.
I had to take away managing moderator wrenches because of someone blocked my Miss Katie. Like legit blocked her from the channel. I didn't even know that could be done.
Holy
and
moly.
I had to go through the studio and unblock her. Like, she rang me. She's like, why'd you block me? And I'm like, I didn't fucking block you. Shut the fuck up. I'm doing a live stream. And she's like, no, seriously, I'm blocked. And I'm like, hold on. And I had to end my stream. And then I found her in the block list, like with the Darios and shit. And I'm like,
gosh.
What the fuck? Why are you over there with them?
Dude,
I'm like, I would never do that to you.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but those managing moderators, they have the ability to time out and block other mods.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they could block someone from your channel.
Yeah, they can get down and dirty with it.
But yeah, I went and looked in Kate and Orlando says I got blocked from Rises. I've blocked everyone. I've blocked a lot of people. You probably pissed me off, Kate.
Sleep? I have time for that. I don't know, in a few years.
You've been going, what, 12 hours?
No, I've been streaming. I've been streaming over here for almost 7.
Yeah, but then you were on it at Tony's too. I was adding the 2 streams together. I was like, dude, you've been going for like 12 hours.
Tony Stark or Frog Tony?
Tony Stark. Tony Stark. I'm very happy to be a part of the Tad Talks project, where it's going to be Space Ghost Coast to Coast style interviews, and I get to be Zorak and Moltar.
Nice.
And I love the fact that I can pop up over there on the show as Zorak and just talk endless amounts of shit to everybody. And be the most offensive asshole possible.
And it's allowed.
Oh, somebody sent you a vid in DMs. Uh-oh. Yeah, dude, great stuff coming out from him. Like, go make sure you go sign up for my main. It doesn't work. For Brother Kit on IndieGoGo, link in the description.
Wait, is Bionic Brass sending you dick break?
Probably. You know, hey, everybody needs a little love.
Wait, is that
now
like
and then.
like a thing that happens?
Cool. Yeah.
No,
just
I'm
send
not
me
that
a DM
loved.
too, bro.
You're never getting banned again, Tree Goblin, you piece of shit. You know what?
Oh, cool.
You know what? You get managing moderator the next time I go live. How about that, you fuck?
Let's see here. Let me see here. How do I? Yeah. All right. So yeah, I'll send you. That's cool. All right. So it's a trailer type deal. I'll send you a link for Google Drive because I've got a lot of Google Drive space, and you can send me the. Yeah. So that way I could put it in my advertising lineup, and then everybody can see it. I mean, it's not necessarily a dick pic, but it's definitely a cock. But by that I mean creator-owned comics.
Wow.
I am addicted to creator-owned comics. You heard me. I love the cock.
You fucking comic nerd, piece of shit.
You piece of shit. Yeah, Space goes coast to coast, man. No, I love it, and we're bringing it back. What Tony's doing is he's interviewing like indie creators and whatnot in that same format of just really awkward interviews, and I get to be Zorak, and and Moltar, and it's just too much fun. I've got the script, so I'm going to do some recording this weekend.
You got my goddamn hostess slutting her shit all over the fucking place here. So fuck you.
Look, man, she's mean. She kills us every time in Fortnite. She's dangerous.
She's mean as shit. But I'm 99% sure she doesn't have any underwear on here.
Oh no, they're just very tiny. Here, something a little.
First off, we all know underwear's optional, so.
Here, something a little more tame.
Shit.
Oh, yep, shaking that ass.
Miku was a fucking 16-year-old girl, you piece of shit.
Not anymore. That was in 2020. By my count, she's at least 21 now. I'm taking her to the bar next week.
You stay the fuck away from me.
He's gonna fire a drink at Rosie's bar.
I'm gonna start shooting motherfuckers.
He's gonna get her on break. She's gonna go on break.
I'm here with like fucking goddamn Mo from fucking The Simpsons. I cock out my shotgun. And I'm like, say you wanna fuck Miku one more fucking goddamn time. I double dare you motherfuckers. Say
it. So, yeah, hey, Bionic Bro, I got up like shortly before midnight, and then you were already done. And I went to go, I was just going to wake up and have a cup of coffee and go watch Tony Stark. And then he's like, get your butt up here on panel. And I was like, okay. And I prepped my Zorak. Went to work. Calling people pieces of shit. Hold on. Oh, nope, here it comes. Listen here, bub. You bunch of losers and nerds. Give me money so I can go gamble with hookers. And when you're done with that, go like and subscribe or send some hate mail at Tank Ferret Presents on YouTube and Spare Tank on X, Twitter, whatever the hell they call it these days. Who cares? By nerds for nerds.
Oh, he's gone. He must have went to go get some more beer.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I went to... I just had to mute myself for a second.
Oh, I was talking about Zorak. He must have went to go get some more beer. He left.
Yeah, he went and took all that super chat money. He's gonna go spend that on blackjack and hookers. Yeah, no. Dude, go check out Bionic Bra. Last night they were talking about Spider-Man stuff. Yeah. And I'm gonna go check that out later today when I'm in Dadland while I've got the kids working on their schooling
did you
and
see
whatnot.
That fucking new Liam Neeson movie that's coming out?
Dude, I'm actually looking forward to it.
We were talking about it earlier.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit, man. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I was
pretty decent.
Yeah, I got a good... I was laughing out loud when I was watching the trailer, and I was like,
Dude,
yes, that's correct.
I thought it was gonna be like a fucking AI image, like Paulus was on with me, and I'm like, I don't know if this is AI or something. I can't remember. We went over Megan, the second trailer as well, because I was just getting burnt out with the Limu stuff. And I was like, all right, we're gonna wrap it up with this, da da da. And then like, I was like, oh my god, this is real. This is real. But Paulus is like, yeah, it is real, and I'm like, I'm gonna believe you, not.
Mhm.
I don't believe anyone when they say something's real anymore.
Right.
It's not personal. It's just.
I'm a lying piece of shit.
Everyone's.
Chances are it was probably fake.
Yeah. But here's the thing. You're my flan.
Yay!
You piece of shit.
Oh,
I can't believe that became a bit.
I gotta go. My tablet's about to die.
Thank you very much, Paulus.
Yeah, thanks for having me on for a minute.
Oh, I thought you
Always.
said
Anytime.
cat. Said tablet. Thank God. I was
His cat down there.
My cat already died.
Oh God. Well, don't say. Well, yeah. You said that. You're like, oh, that looks like my cat.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was showing my cat the other day.
Very cute cat.
Yeah, he's a little fuckhead.
Yeah, I'm gonna charge this. I'll probably be in the chat. So, yep.
Alrighty, righty. I'm gonna go take a quick one. I gotta go perform some maintenance.
I'm probably gonna head out too. It is well past my bedtime. I've been up for probably a day.
Ooh. There you go. Hey, Metal, man, it was good fucking hearing you again, man.
Oh yeah. We'll have to catch up sometime soon. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Bionic Bro taking me to task here. Metal, thank you very much for stopping by, man. As always, you're always welcome over here. Make sure that you drop your links in the chat before you disappear, so that people can find out.
Yeah.
What I know already is that you're awesome.
Oh wait, you have your own channel now?
I mean, YouTube. I've been doing stuff on the Vomitorium for quite a while. Like we do like movies, comics, and shows and stuff on Monday at about 9 Central.
Drop the link to that shit. So
Yeah, I will. And we do video game talk on Thursdays, so people can pick the content that fits them the best. And occasionally I'll stream games whenever I feel like it.
These aren't YouTube names.
Oh, it did not copy the other one. I highlighted it. It did not copy.
It's a website so good you had to put it down twice. Otherwise, the
it is a really good
exploded.
website. You know, I own the domain and everything. So.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Vomitorium Live.
There we go.
Let me go to.
Everybody, make sure you go check out that. Go give some love.
Yeah, we just did a show talking about all the Switch 2 stuff. So, we all kinds of stuff on there.
Oh, I'm already fucking goddamn subscribed. I'm already.
I think you've been in the chat before. You know, actually, I think you've been
That's
on
very Rozzy to not even remember. That is so Rozzy.
Hey, thank you very, very much, man.
Yeah, you guys take it easy. I gotta get some sleep.
You know what?
All right, you get some good rest.
I'm like, why do I know these motherfuckers?
You're such a Rozzy.
All right, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I was gonna say you. Right there, baby.
Yeah, I gotta go pay my state coffee tax and
no worries.
refresh my cup. I shall be back here in, I don't know, about maybe 5 to 8 minutes, something like that.
All right, I'll sit here and talk about how I kick Rozzy's ass at soccer.
See, I love that. Great.
Whoa.
Or we can talk about demonology. Oh, we got to get the kitty. We got to get enough money to get the cat so we can feed it and have a little pet kitty cat.
Well, I played it. Like, I was going to play demonologists with you, but I played a bit, hang out with Miss Katie later.
That's cool. I'm going to get the kitty cat. I want to actually see if I can upgrade the house, but it costs a lot of money.
I know it does.
Like, I'm going to have to play, like, all day and still not have enough. I'm like, God damn it. You piece of shit house apartment.
Yeah, if I didn't already have plans with this Katie?
No worries.
She's got things. She's got to take care of at her house right now, and then we're meant to be hanging out. But yeah, otherwise I fucking I'd so be in Demonology just right now with like screaming like a little girl. I'm like, fuck you, you got me killed.
Well, I'm playing tonight. I know I gotta set the stream up. We're just gonna hang out tonight. I'm probably do some games and just talk shit.
Are you
whatever.
gonna stream it? Oh, I'll definitely at least stop by in the chat.
Yeah, I might get Kate to play some Halo. We might play Marvel. I don't know what we're gonna play, but we're gonna hang out and do whatever.
She literally said in the chat a second ago, like, play some Halo.
Yeah, we did. I taught me and Kate practiced a little bit on her slide. I'm about to teach her how to teabag people.
Oh my god.
And she stuck me with a grenade, so I was like, that's it, I'm done.
Fuck
you have learned enough for the day.
You betrayed me.
No, she's pretty good, actually. She's getting really good.
You betrayed your senpai.
Yes, them sticky ass grenades, Kate. I know. No, she's getting pretty good. You're a lot better.
Good on you, Kate. And forget you on Fortnite one day.
And she's scared that Miku's gonna hack her router. She ain't about that.
Oh yeah, no, Miku's definitely gonna hack your router. Miku's already in your router.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, your chances go up when she's actually like right in front of you, kicking your ass in the video game. She definitely is hacking shit then.
No, I'm 99% sure that's not how it works.
I don't know how it works, but I just, you know, she's a bitch, and I don't like her in the game.
Yeah, I don't like anyone that plays her either. They're always better than me.
I know. It's always Miku or the fucking pickle people. The little pickle dude, the red one and the green one.
Yeah, it's the pickles or this like that black guy that was like they got like a free skin everyone got. And like then I'm like, oh god damn it, it's this guy again in his orange pants. He's gonna kick my ass.
It do, man. Like, what was it? I know me and Felix won a game. Did me and Carl win one yesterday, or did we come close? We're starting to win the matches. We might have to go start playing ranked.
Oh, you and Kyle fucking had me fucking almost in tears when I was trying to do that stream. Like,
dude, I fucked you from the start, man, because you started joking on the fucking.
I couldn't. I think I only did 2 matches with you guys. I'm like, I gotta go. You can't do this. I'm fucking dying here.
You snorted.
Go fuck yourself.
I win. Kate says, I'm a hunter, a stalker, a sneak attack. She does. I try to find her ass. It's okay. If you did play on Fortnite, you can hide in the bushes. I have come to terms with that strategy as being very good. Hell, Felix and his bush strategy. It works, actually. Look, we weren't the only ones doing it. Or was it me and Carl were playing? Honestly, and I ran over a bush, and there were people in the bush hiding. And I was like, what the fuck? They're taking our fucking bit.
Oh, dude. Oh, man. I wish. Oh, I was just about to say I'll share this video, but I realized it's not my channel.
And Miku getting down, though. Look at her. She got all the moves. Yes, I hid in that fucking closet, Kate, on Demonology, and I'll do it again.
Yeah, fuck you. It's scary in there.
Look, Razi was on his own at that point. I couldn't save him, but I could possibly save myself. You didn't even want to save me, you piece of shit. Look, when blood is coming out of the vents in the hospital like a damn Nightmare on Elm Street fucking dream, I'm fuck out. Kisses. Peace.
Jesus, fuck you. That's
look,
my
it scared the shit. It was so fucking like all you can hear is Razi screaming, and all I did is like, "Oh shit, closet!" Like my first instinct was like, "I'm screaming off to hear Razi screaming."
Fucking asshole.
It scared scared me so bad because I'm usually used to the jump scares in the game, but the hospital's still new, and that was actually really creepy. I don't like all of them so far. The hospital's like the creepiest one. By far.
Well, I am leaving, and but it's been great chatting with you. Tell Tank when he gets back. Thank him for having me on.
Yeah, man, go have fun. Enjoy your day.
Yes. Until next we speak, my ninjas.
Later.
Razzie out. Later, haters.
So what's up, everybody? It's just me now. You get the lovely pleasure of Scarlett and the non-good jokes that I tell. And Miku. Yeah, she's still here too. Yeah, she's hanging out. And we got Kate.
Scarlett.
Hey, Razzie just dipped. He had to get going. He said thank you for letting him hang out.
Always, Razzie. Hail Raven. Hail butt stuff. We have fun. Yes,
we were just
take care,
talking
Razzie.
some games and
nice.
Razzie screamed like a girl, and I went straight for the closet.
Ah, good.
I went for self-preservation. I mean, I didn't completely panic. I half-ass panic, but I found safety.
See, there you go.
He just screamed and ran around. I think he may have died in that game.
So we're almost to a good stopping point on this. I wanted to get the figure pencils done on this. It was nice to, yeah, this is going to be great. This is, let me zoom out here and then bring up my guides. So this is actually 3 11 by 17 pages that I'm going to get printed out and in blue line. And then I'm going to do inks on top of that in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm sending that off to Rex so he can sell it or keep it, depending on what he wants to do with it. But I figured that, it'd be fun, like, and I'm doing the pencils kind of sketchy like this, not blocking in my darks, because so that way we could talk about what direction he wants to go with the color on this, and that'll dictate the style in which I ink it in. And that way, my idea was that we sell it as a triptych, slap it in some frames, and I worked with Doc Blaylock on getting some formatting and stuff done on this, so that way we could, throw it in some inexpensive frames. That way we're not like, jacking up the price or weight. But some lightweight, some nice looking plastic frames so that it will save on shipping for everybody. And sell some triptych posters, maybe even or canvas prints. It all depends on what it goes. But I want to talk to Rex about that once I get done with the pencils on this. And we can see what kind of, where the production leads us.
Nice.
Yeah, and boost that campaign for when he brings, because he's been running the flyer. Oh, that's my dog. She's up. She's crate trained, and so she's husky mix.
Nice.
So she's not crying. She's just very vocal.
She's being a husky.
Yeah, so she's not whining, she's communicating.
They do. Huskies are very vocal.
Yeah, she's a husky shepherd mix.
Ooh.
So she is really smart, but not as smart as she thinks she is.
Oh,
that
sounds adorable. I'm sorry.
Right? She is absolutely adorable. I love her to death, even though I am deathly allergic to dogs.
Oh,
so
man.
I've got to... Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing. I love dogs, but I'm deathly allergic to them.
That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, man. It is what it is, but I still.
It is. So we're gonna put in a little bit more dust clouds and whatnot, kicking up the dust.
Yeah, it looks good. I like the movement, kind of. Like I can see the movement and what's going on.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's one thing I like to do. I try to communicate movement without action lines as much as possible. So that way...
Yeah, it did. Like, totally, man. I could see it. That was like the first thing I noticed as you've been drawing it is like the movement aspect.
Thank you. And clothing and hair are great to communicate movement.
Yeah.
Which is probably one of the reasons why I prefer non-capes and tights type of content.
Right.
Personally. I mean, I read capes and tights. I like that stuff. But I'm not a big fan of drawing it. Because it's a little harder to communicate that movement. So I want to fix this back of the jacket a little bit because it looks like she's got a fat back and I don't want to bring it down just a little bit.
Yeah. And Kate says very clean looking as well.
Thank you. Yeah, because I'm going to ink this, and I wanted to give myself enough solid of a start, so that way I could do whatever I want to do with it. So if I'm going to do like illustrative, where it's more cross-hatching and whatnot, and that would lead to the colors being mostly like flats with highlights, then so be it. Or if Rex really wants to get a colorist in on this to really get in on it, then I would do something lighter on the line work, and so that way the colorist has plenty of room to play. Because that's one thing that I actually do want to do a panel on is how much color do you add? Right. How much color do you add to a picture? Because we were talking about how there's a popular talking point right now of comics are overcolored, and it's drowning out the line art. And I was like, well, yeah, no, it's color. The illustration is a total sum game. So if you've got intense line work, then you probably want to go real simple on the colors. Right. But if you've got if you want like an amazing colorist, then you want to go easy on the lines. Like I use EVS and Kyle Ritter as a great example of this. Of like, EVS lays down the lines, and they are there to, illustrate the detail and give a little bit of texture, and then Kyle can come in and just really make it sing with his colors, right? Yeah. And or you can go something simpler, and I use one of my early works that I did for CK Comics, Hellslayer, where I did for Hellslayer, I did very illustrative line art, and the colorist, she came in and just did flats over the whole thing, flats and highlights. That was it, and it really worked out very well, and it came out wonderful.
Because it probably depends on what you're trying to convey, right? I mean, I would say both are good, just depending on... Now, the color you can go too far with if you're not a good colorist. I mean, if you're not familiar with, like color theory and stuff, you can really just... It'll be too chaotic or whatever. But if it gets muddled. It does. It gets real muddled. And so if you're good at it, though, both styles are good depending on what you're going for. If you're going for a kind of brighter or even more poppier look, or if you want that kind of darker, more I forgot the word I'm trying to use. I need more coffee at this point.
You look at like somebody like the Dawn, his artwork, he's been coloring his own stuff. He's been leveling up like crazy as a colorist. And it looks really well. It looks like crazy colored, right? But when you really zoom in and look at it, it's really just three to four tone, with good gradients and a bit of bloom applied for like energy effect and for overlighting and stuff like that. And it comes out just great. Like he wanted me to take a whack at coloring some of his stuff because he wanted to see if I would be a good fit for his projects and stuff. And I was like, dude, I can't do better than what you're doing on your colors. Like I really can't. Like this, that's perfect. I wouldn't change a dang thing, and I would be remiss if I suggested otherwise. Also, wanted to give this guy a good 10-gallon hat. Totally forgot about his 10-gallon hat, all flopping in the air.
Yeah.
A little small though. I'm gonna go ahead and cheat. This is one of the reasons why I love doing pencils digitally. That way he can size up his hat appropriately. You know what? I'm gonna do that a little bit more. Tilt it. Just, you know what? No, because his head is flying forward as he. There we go. Put it where his head used to be. Just like that. And that puts it in the danger zone, which is fine because that's not important detail. We'll go ahead, a little bit into the danger zone, which is totally fine. That works out perfectly. And then, oops, wrong button. And I'm going to kick up a little bit more dust. No, I think, just a little bit of dust. I see one spot that could use a little bit of dust being kicked up. With this. Oops, wrong button, wrong tool. I'm gonna just kick up a little bit of dust on this foot because that's kind of skidding back a little bit.
Nice.
Because I imagine that it's a still day, like it's like when this happened, there wasn't a breeze in the air, and then when you turn the page on this, there's going to be, like the dust is going to obscure most of the scene, and then a breeze is going to come by and blow it away, and this guy's going to be left there standing staring at the carnage that has happened. And she's just going to look back at him over her shoulder as she spins and holsters her weapon, saying, "You could take your gun with you, and as he scurries off like the cowardly yellow belly snake he is, and that's it's kind of what I want to do. I always try to tell a story with every picture. Try to tell a story, a good story going.
And you're doing really good. Like I said, even the shading and everything's really good. Like Kate said, it's clean.
Thank you.
And just even how, or at least for me, again, I'm not one that's big into comics, but just if I look at the page itself, I see the guy kind of at front. My eyes follow from him to her, and then I sort of go around.
Nice. That was the intended eye flow, and that the one surviving guy is kind of an afterthought.
Yeah, that dude back there on the right side that you were talking about, he's kind of like, to me, the last person I kind of pay attention to. So it's definitely the dude that's getting shot in the front. I get her, and then I kind of go from left to right around as far as when I look at it.
Nice. Yeah, that's the eye flow that I was kind of going with. A little bit of a whirlwind of action there in the middle, and this guy standing apart from all of that. Because he was not included in the bloodbath.
Right, and you can see it because everybody else has either got, you kind of see their wounds where they're being shot, or they're kind of off their footing or whatever, and then he's still kind of grounded in a sense, a little bit more than the rest.
That's exactly what I was going for there. Yeah, and of course, Kate says that she loves the hat. Awesome. Thank you very much, Kate. I appreciate it. Well, it is 10:30 a.m. on the East Coast. I am going to cut it here. So remember, everybody, make sure you smash that thumbs down button to remind me how much trash I am. Leave a comment reminding me how much trash I am. Share this out on social media, telling other people what kind of trash I am, and hit the bell to receive all notifications. You never miss an opportunity to tell me what kind of trash I am.
Well, I'm a piece of shit. I gave you a thumbs up. I didn't mean to. It just slipped.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, see, there we go. Piece of shit.
You guys have a great
Does that
day.
show up? Yeah, that does show up.
It does,
Good.
I love it.
And just to trigger Risey a little bit more,
Here's yeah, get her really dancing.
Here's his favorite waifu doing the twirl, wearing next to nothing underneath because she's 21 years old this year.
Go drinking now.
That's right. We're going drinking this year. So. Hey, take care, everybody out there in TV land. Thank you very much for joining me. And remember, everybody, if you can't be good, at least be good at it.